Hi, everybody. Welcome as we get baseball underway from the campus of Southwest Mississippi Community College. And the first pitch popped up left side over in foul territory. Catch is made, and there is one away. And I'm looking at the roster provided, and of course, it's a really informal setting. But, of course, part of the problem might be I am looking at the wrong lineup card. This is FloridaBama Scout 16, and there is a FloridaBama 16. So let me pull up the roster that would have Scout on it, but welcome aboard. It has gotten off to a good start from the standpoint of weather, but I'm not sure that that good start will continue. There is warm temperatures anticipated. Yesterday got up to 95, and you had those heat indices right around triple digits. Here we go. That was Colton Easton, who led things off and popped out to third. And to the plate, you've got Hayden Jones. Ground foul over in the direction of third. Well, we'll do this together because there are no lineup cards. Kind of an informal, no, not kind of. It is a very informal setting as far as from the standpoint of what you typically have for baseball. And you've got a single out. It is very, very windy, by the way, as you can tell. And we anticipate that wind dying down a little bit later on as the sun will shine through later. Cloudy start to the morning, though. And that is fouled away by Jones. Spring training for UBO got started yesterday and went through all the skills competition. Not really competition except that you're competing with yourself, but trying to have the best 60s time, the best speed, pitch-wise. And you got a traipse down to first by Jones, giving the walk. He's out. Strikeout of Hayden Jones. This is going to be one of those instances, by the way, where you see something pretty unusual, and that is 4, maybe even 5 outs on our scoreboard. We'll have 5 guys go to the plate instead of your typical 3 outs per inning. A little bit outside with the offering. This is Boy, these devices are just terrific until you want them to be terrific. And then they start misbehaving. Trying to pull out this lineup. Where we can get a look at who is at the plate. That is donning number 9, so that is Shelton Darnell. Foul back to the screen. And when I'm saying these devices, I'm talking about my iPhone. Got a picture of the team's names and numbers. So trying to call that information together, and all of a sudden my phone apparently decided that I wanted to do some artwork on the picture of the roster, which I did not. I mean, I don't know how to do artwork. Not good at it. Low pitch to Darnell. Nathan Courier moving to the on-deck circle. Tournament director Daniel Ballard right here in Broadcast Central. I think that's what we're going to call it today. Situated behind the backstop, and speak about some unusualness. They are having renovations done to the press box here at Southwest Mississippi Community College. And as a result, as that is driven up the middle, base hit and on is Shelton Darnell. So as a result, no press box. Got a tent behind the backstop. We have improvised. Plugged into the dugout. And going to endure the elements today. As you got one aboard for Nathan Courier. Runner will take off. And in safely with a stolen base is Darnell. Runner again goes safely to third. Stolen base, Darnell. Throw will travel over to the dugout. Toss from behind home plate, and Darnell will come in to score. So a stolen base and an E2. And that runner in to score to make it a 1-zip ball game. 7 innings, is that what we're playing today? 7-hour 50. So hey, if you can get 7 in, great. If you can't, no problem. We'll wrap it up after 1 hour and 50 minutes. And again, hopefully we're not enduring this wind for the better part of the day. And there's a walk given to Courier. He will trot down to first. Courier on, giving the walk. Shot short, stepping on the bag, quickest route to an out. And the put out is unassisted at second. 1 run played, so we head to the bottom part of the inning.
frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the first in a 1-zip ball game. Shelton Darnell coming in the 5 at-bats in the top part of the inning. Starting things off for Ubo Mississippi. And I'm looking to see the number. It is a 3, and that is Dalton McQueen. And again, in this informal setting, there are no starting lineup cards, so we've got a roster on the phone. We take a look at the number, look at the guy who's at the plate, and thus we'll find out who is hitting. And eventually we get to the guys who are in the field too. As you got a swing and a miss by McQueen, and out he will go. And there is one away. And as mentioned, could be as many as 5 away. Middle outside with the offering. Hunter Cruz. At the plate. Meanwhile, moving to the on-deck circle is Chase Sonez. I am here at Southwest Mississippi Community College, Summit, Mississippi. Dallas Renzi handling the coverage at Copiah Lincoln. Shot foul over towards the dugout for FloridaBama 16. And again, a delighted to be able to work with the folks with the United Baseball Global Scouting Bureau Showcase Series. James Gamble, Jerry Martinez, Nick Singleton, Daniel Ballard and company. I'm sure I'm missing some names. A lot of great coaches. By the way, you are noticing, too, a little difference that we have here versus even a standard Showcase Series game. And that is that the umpire is behind the mound. One umpire being used today. Because this is for the opportunity of basically not only improving your skills, getting better at what you do, but kind of that exhibition play before the start of the regular season, if you will, which is the summer ball. Beginning next weekend with 3 events. And then our coverage begins in a couple of weeks in Poplarville, Mississippi. Fouled back by Cruz. There were about 400 signing up to play in the United Baseball organization yesterday. It was busy. Culminated with a great presentation. If you missed it, you missed a dandy at Colin. Nick Singleton, James Gamble. They would make very good motivational speakers. By the way, no scoreboard either. I don't know if it works because, again, everything that has power behind home plate doesn't have power. Press box is gone, all the power disconnected. We're pulling from the dugout over on the third base side. Over towards short. Hayden Jones playing short, dropped it. Don't know that he would have made the throw anyway to get Cruz. So I don't know, maybe today will be the first time that unofficially I'm official, since there's nobody keeping score nor score books. I would rate that as a base hit for Cruz. Chase Sonaz coming to the plate. Base runner aboard with one away. I will get adjusted in a moment. Yeah, I'm a one-man band, kind of like Dallas and Colin. Takes me a moment to get with rhythm. I'll get those outs up and runners on. Macon Burnett moving to the on-deck circle. Popped up in the direction of right field. Catch made. Throw over to first. Able to get back safely is Cruz. And Sonaz with a fly out to right. So there's 2 gone. 1 aboard. 2 more plate appearances. This is Macon Burnett to the plate. About 2 innings in, we should know who is coming to the plate and in what order. Most of these teams right in the neighborhood of 10 per. Trying out some new gear too, so I'm going to blame some of my early miscues on the new stuff. So it's exhibition season for us too. There's a swing and miss by Burnett. Low and away with the offering. Looks like there's some additional activity about to get up and throw in the FloridaBama bullpen. And that's Not obviously because the pitcher is running into trouble because he's got a base runner in scoring position at second. But it is because spring training is about, well, that was only the fourth hitter. Yeah, that's, it takes a little getting accustomed to. You're used to the 3 outs. We're having 5 hitters come to the plate. That was the 4th in the form of Burnett. So the player's going, oh, okay. Hey, you've been doing things one way your entire life, and over the course of a single day, you're going to do things a little bit different. Showcase rules. So yeah, there are technically 3 outs, scoreboard graphic not wrong. But we are having 5 hitters go to the plate, so there's still an opportunity for Ubo Mississippi to tie it up here in the bottom part of the first. In the dirt with a pitch, running on the toss was Cruz. He'll go to third. And that potential tying run now 90 feet away. I mentioned our next coverage happens the first weekend in June. We'll be in Poplarville, Mississippi at Pearl River Community College. Ground in the direction of third. Over to first goes the throw. 5-3 to put Adam Jones. And Cruz is left on. We have played an inning. And after one, it's a 1-zip FloridaBama lead.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second gets underway. Aaron Bramblett leading it off. Sends the first pitch foul. Our apologies for the wind noise. Not a lot we can do about it. It's windy here in Summit, Mississippi. Dallas called me this morning and set up center field and said, you know, it's rocking. It's shaking a little bit. Told Dallas, man, there's nothing you can do about Mama Nature. She's pretty persuasive and has got to have it her way. So our apologies for the wind noise here, but it's windy in Summit. And for the, I think that was a foul ball. I thought I heard somebody say, but apparently not. 5-3 put out of Bramlett. And there is one away. Madison Curry to the plate. Blake Roberts moving to the on-deck circle. Top of the second. 1-zip ball game. FloridaBama got a Shelton Darnell single, stole a couple of bases, reached home on an error. And that, thus far, the difference in this one. Another one chopped foul. Sitting beneath the tent behind the backstop. As a matter of fact, there you can see to the, I guess that would be the right side of your screen. It's all concrete, nothing to stake the tent down, but I do have these little weights on them. I'm hoping that is sufficient. It's been a windy year. We've done a lot of outside sports this year where wind gusts were 35 and 40. I don't think we've got 35 or 40 today, but it's at times a little bit brisk. Sent foul towards the dugout over at first. .80 degrees here in Summit. Let's see, the winds are gusting to 23. Out of the south-southwest at 10. Walk given to Madison Curry. And a base runner aboard for Blake Roberts. Colton Ashmore moving to the on-deck circle. But if you were here yesterday, I will take this wind and wind noise any day over that heat. Runner will go, throw down to second. A little bit to the first base side. In with a stolen base is Madison Curry. And a base runner in scoring position. Blake Roberts with an RBI opportunity. Colton Ashmore is on deck. Base runner in scoring position. That is swatted in the direction of right field. The bloop drops inside the chalk. Curry on his way to third. He will be there safely. Blake Roberts with the second FloridaBama hit of the game. And it puts runners on the corners for the four-hitter in the inning. Colton Ashmore. Walt Etheridge moving to the on-deck circle. Hit by the pitch is Ashmore. Typically you would go to first as a hit batsman, but I don't think we're doing that today. Ashmore has tossed the stick and headed that way, but I think we discussed in the pregame with Daniel Ballard that hit batsmen wouldn't get a free pass, but apparently that has changed. And Ashmore on as a hit batsman, it loads things up. And brings Walt Etheridge to the plate. 5-hitter in the inning. So you're looking at a FloridaBama squad that could have no runs or up to 4 runs. Low and away with a pitch. Macon Burnett on the bump for Ubo Mississippi. Again, we don't have starting lineups, so we're not familiar with who is where. Swing miss, big strikeout of Etheridge. Bases left loaded. 4 have been stranded by FloridaBama through 1.5. We go to the Ubo Mississippi, bottom of the second. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Perhaps got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the second underway. Blaine Ash will start it off for UBO. FloridaBama loaded it up in the top part of the second. Curry, Roberts, and Ashmore get on. Walk single and hit batsman. But Etheridge will strike out. As this one is ground over towards first. Nice stop. Covering the back nicely for UBO. I'll make that FloridaBama, and I'm looking, we don't have them listed on my batting order, so that means I've got to go flip through my screenshots on the phone to tell you who got over and make the play at first. That's Easton Grace, who is on the hill. So Blaine Ash will wrap into the 3-1. That will sail all the way to the fence on the roll. Kendall Blevins On his way to third, he will get there with the feet first line safely. And Kendall Blevins delivers the game's first extra base hit. So a Blevins triple has a base runner at third. And Tanner Rayborn coming to the plate. I notice players wise up quickly. The sun has come out and the on-deck hitter stays in the dugout until it's his time to come to the plate. It's a wild pitch that will go to the screen, allow Blevins to come in and tie the game at 1. Tanner Rayburn, the third hitter to hit in the second inning. I keep looking over to the on-deck circle, and it is vacant for Ubo Mississippi. That's smart. Stay in the shade. Get out into the sun when you got to, especially on a day like today where you're going to be out in the sun a lot over the course of the day, and the sun will get more intense as the day goes on. Outside with a pitch, Rayburn given a walk. And a base runner on for Kane McKinley. Wow, that was a no football came off the bag. Thought we were just about to have a very nice double play of the 3-6-1 variety. Did get the 3-6 that got Rayburn, but didn't get the 1, and McKinley is safe at first. Two gone for Preston Taylor. First of, I think, 5 games today. Last one will happen around 6 o'clock. Nice job of hanging with it by Shelton Tarnell. Able to get Taylor out on the unassisted put out at first for out number 3. A runner stranded, 1 runner in. They're not headed to the dugouts, but might should. That's the 5th hitter in the inning, unless it was fouled off first. Well, that is the 5th hitter in the inning. But apparently we're going to get a 6th hitter in this inning. Jaden Trichot coming to the plate. And yes, I am really good at butchering names, and I'm fairly convinced I butchered that one. Tricoche. Trochet. Trichot. Caught in the run down is McKinley. Throw over to third. Won't be able to get him. He'll hop up, come home, and the lead will belong to Ubo Mississippi. Two-on advantage here in the bottom part of the second. guess we could just go with Jaden at the plate instead of trying to wipe out that last name. He is the 6th hitter to come to the plate in the inning. Ash, Blevins, Rayburn, McKinley, Taylor, and Treich. That's the new variation I'm going with at the moment. Strikeout. Treich is out number 4. 2 runs will come in. And the UBO advantage is 1 as we head to the 3rd. Top of the 3rd gets underway in a 2-1 ball game. Ubo Mississippi taking the lead in the bottom part of inning number 2. Opening pitch to Busby, dinked him on the noggin. And he will take first as a hit batsman. Well, now he's coming back to the plate. We talked about this earlier. Let's see, who was the hit batsman that got aboard? It was Colton Ashmore. And when Ashmore went to first, we were like, wait a minute. Thought we were going to follow the rules that if you got hit by a pitch, you would stay at the plate. Apparently, they were reminded after the Ashmore dink. As that one is lifted foul by Timothy Busby. So Busby does come back to the plate. Here in the top part of inning number 3, we go an hour and a half, and we have gone about 44 minutes into this one. So still have a bit before we wrap up the opening game. And, of course, I think that's an hour 50 or 7 innings, whichever comes first. Looks like the top of the order is in the hole, so we have seen this, the 11th hitter for FloridaBama. Got one more, Easton Grace, who is on deck. And then we will be back to the top of the order for FloridaBama. And some of my excuses for bumbling names and spots and hints will go away. Darn it. I'll have to come up with a new excuse. Grayson Alds, the new pitcher for UBO. This one is popped up on the infield. Catch will be made at first by Tanner Rayburn. Busby flies out for out number one. And there is one away for Easton Grace. Grace started the game on the bump for FloridaBama, now batting in the 12 spot. One away, top of the third, high inside pitch to Grace. And the top of the order, Colton Eason, moving to the on-deck circle. Definitely download the Showcase Series app. Great tool, great resource for everything UBO and Showcase Series related. You'll find a schedule of the games, the locations, times. And if there are pertinent messages, those will be sent via the app as well. Fouled away by Grace. One popped up. This one looks like it will stay in fair territory. And going over from short to make the catch. When the back is turned, the numbers are exposed. I can tell you who made the grab. I think it is Hunter Cruz. And short it is for UBO. And Grace with a fly out to short for out number two. Back to the top of the order, Colton Eason. Eason with a fly out to third. He was the first out in the first inning. Yesterday I mentioned the skills portion of the spring training. 60-yard dash, infield, outfield throws. Catcher throwing to second. BP, bullpen. That all happened yesterday. Chasing one low and away. Chopped over towards third. Scoop and throw. It is there in time, and 5-3 goes to put out of Eason. So there's three gone and two more hitters to come. Thanks, by the way, to the folks here at Southwest Mississippi, allowing me into the construction zone. I'm all along behind home plate. A little bit inside with the offering to Hayden Jones. Jones, a strikeout victim in the first. Low inside pitch. Hey, a reminder, subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you don't mind, that's not a demand, just a request. YouTube is now the media player on our website, so if you're watching on the site, then there should be a subscribe button somewhere nearby. And if you don't mind subscribing, we will thank you in advance. Got stuff beyond just the games. We'll have conversations with the playmakers and more. That hit Jones right between the shoulder blades. but he will stay at the plate as the fourth hitter in the third inning. Shelton Darnell on deck. Well, now they're going to give him the trip to first, but I don't think it's because of a hit batsman. I think it is because that hit batsman pitch was the fourth pitch outside of the strike zone. So technically, Jones given a walk and goes down to first. Shelton Darnell, who has scored the only FloridaBama run, coming to the plate. Had a single, stole a couple of bases, scored on an error. Running is Jones, throw is there, but not quite able to lay the tag, was Cruz on an incoming Jones. So Jones with a stolen base. That is stolen base number 4 already in the game for FloridaBama. Popped up, foul territory. And able to get underneath and make the catch is Blaine Ash. And out will go Darnell. 5 go to the plate. And you know, with this format, 5 hitters versus 3 outs, it's a little confusing. And now they say, yeah, that's it. We've done it. We've had 5 go to the plate. Darnell, the last of which with the fly out to third. 2.5 done. We go to the bottom part of inning 3 here on JockJive. We get the bottom of the third underway. Grayson Alls will start it off. Elijah Jamar moving to the on-deck circle. We are today living in the land of improv here in the spring training scrimmage game. So I think what I'm going to do in between innings versus going to a form of a break, just leave the live cameras up, because coaches on the other end watching are interested, obviously, in seeing those warm-up routines from pitchers and more. So for the remainder of the game, we'll keep the cameras up. And, of course, in between games, we're going to do the exact same. Cameras will stay live. You'll get a look at the field. You'll know when the next game is up and coming. And if you look at the schedule provided by the Showcase Series app, you'll know exactly what is on its way. That'll roll over towards the dugout at first. Grayson Alds will make his way to second. Elijah Gimar at the plate with an RBI opportunity. I mentioned I'm working with some new equipment. It is taking a little getting adjusted to. I know I'm giving you information and you're like, hey, doesn't matter to me. I get it, but I like it. I like this stuff. It's just looking at different spots and hitting different buttons for different results. And you know I am an old codger who gets stuck in his ways. That'll roll to the screen and get Alds to third. Back to the top of the order next. Alton McQueen is on deck. Blake Roberts handling the pitching for FloridaBama. Meanwhile, behind the plate is Easton Grace. So Grace has been on both sides of the pitch now. He's been the transmitter and the receiver. Pitch to Gimar. Outside of the strike zone, a walk given, runners on the corners. As we get back to the top of the order, Dalton McQueen coming to the plate. After back-to-back walks, coach coming out to have a conversation with Blake Roberts. Well, check that. We're just swapping umpires. You know, I thought it was going to be a little unusual having somebody come to the mound in this situation where she got the throw to second and the bait taken in from third will come Alds. Gimar got caught stealing, bases cleared, but it runs in. So Gimar does his job. Alds will score. And Dalton McQueen, who struck out in the first at the plate. And yeah, I saw coach come out on the dugout and I was going, oh, this is kind of odd. I mean, he has given up back-to-back walks, but you know, typically in this setting, we don't see a lot of coaches' visits to the mound. Well, coach wasn't visiting the mound. He was visiting the backside of the bump to replace our umpire. And as you have noticed, the umpire is behind the plate. I make that behind the mound, not behind the plate. Here's walk number 3, McQueen giving a free pass to first. Runner aboard for Hunter Cruz. Cruz with a single and a couple of stolen bases in the first. Back to the plate in the third. Down to first with the throw, able to get back safely again is McQueen. Well, somebody has started the cooking here in Summit. The smell of victuals wafting across the diamond. So if you are on your way to Summit to watch baseball later on in the day, no need to stop anywhere and fill up. Load up on some good grub here. High pitch, runner takes off. Tagged out trying to get to second is McQueen. So a couple of nice Grace throws caught Gimar stealing, and now McQueen. Hunter Cruz singled in the first. Chase Sonez is on deck. FloridaBama in the fourth. Courier, Genola, and Bramblett. And Cruz will be given a walk. Base runner aboard for Chase. And now they are going to say well, what are they doing? Sending Hunter Cruz back to first. I think Cruz must have thought that he was the fifth hitter, and he was actually the fourth. So Cruz was headed to the dugout going, hey, let me grab some shade before grabbing the mitt. He'll take off for second and gets in with a stolen base. That's the first to steal off Grace. And we were talking about the FloridaBama steals, 4 through 3. UBO has stolen now 3 bases. But won't steal third. Caught trying to get there. And Grace has thrown out 3 hitters who became runners in the inning. High pitch to Sonez. He popped out to right field in the first, 0 for 1 in the game. Chopped in the direction of third, but foul. A nice job by the UBO coach, making a snag over at third. And will be hit back this direction. High offering from Blake Roberts. Roberts with walks of Alls, G-Mar, McQueen, and Cruz. Well, every time I go to the iPhone to take a look at the Southeast Showcase Series app, get distracted by the play on the field. Here's what we've got coming up next. 11:15, Legends 16, and Extreme 16. 1:30, FloridaBama 16 and UBO Southwest 16. 3:45, it'll be the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16, UBO East 16. And then at 6 o'clock tonight, the Blue Jays 16 and the Stars 16. All here. The younger age groups playing here, the olders playing at Copiah Lincoln. Popped up to second. Back onto the grass to make the catch is Hayden Jones. Sones with a flyout. 1 run's in. We have played 3. And after 3, it's a 3-1 UBO Mississippi lead. Top of the fourth gets underway. Nathan Courier starts it. Paxton Genola, Aiden Bramlett, Madison Curry, and Blake Roberts expected in the inning. 3-1 Ubo Mississippi lead. There is a base hit to start off the fourth on his Courier, who walked in the first, singles in the fourth. And a base runner aboard for Paxton Genola. Genola with a ground out to short. And that is how the first inning came to an end. FloridaBama has stranded 5. Ubo Mississippi has left 1 on. And Courier is getting a runner. Eason running for Courier over at first. Jay Treich is the new pitcher, relieving Grayson Alls. And again, that is T-R-I as the runner takes off, and the throw is not there. Stolen base for Eason. But just to be clear on the spelling, T-R-I-C-O-C-H-E. I give the spelling because I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Of course, that means then that I should probably be spelling a lot of additional names. Eason on, running for Courier. Genola trying to move him over here in the top part of the fourth. That'll get to the screen and get Eason to second and then third. Well, he was at second with the stolen base. Goes to third. And now 90 feet away from Genola. Outside with the pitch. And a walk is given to Genola. Genola like, okay, do I walk? How do we do things a little different here? Do I walk? Do I stay at the plate? Some showcases do indeed keep a hitter at the plate for some additional pitches. Now, a pitcher can only toss so much outside of the strike zone before you get a walk regardless, but we're going with a standard 4-pitch walk. 4 pitches outside of the strike zone walk. Aiden Bramlett ground into a 5-3 in the second. Third hitter in the fourth inning. Madison Curry moving to the on-deck circle. With the younger age group here, it's an opportunity for these guys to get better at their skills. Throw down to second. Into score from third is Eason. And Genola in with a stolen base. Makes it a 3-2 game. That is sliced in the direction of center field. Catch made, staying put at second is Genola. And Bramlett with a fly out to center. Fourth hitter in the inning, Madison Curry to the plate. But also it's an opportunity for college scouts and coaches to get an early look at some talent. And yeah, in this age, you can start getting a feel for whether it's a talent that you would want on your particular squad at the 2-year or the 4-year institution. So for players, a big stage at this age, an opportunity to get better, to play with competition that reaches your level or maybe even exceeds it. So there's something to shoot for. and maybe get on the radar of some schools that maybe you're not on their radar currently. Madison Curry with a walk and a stolen base in the second. As a matter of fact, this week was talking with a coach who said, I'll be watching, a junior college coach, wanting to evaluate the talent, see if there's somebody he would like to invite on campus. Ground to short, a little bit of a bobble, throw over to first. Not in time, safe is Curry on the E6. And Ganola will go to third. Runners on the corners for Blake Roberts. Roberts is the fifth to come to the plate in the inning. So will we have UBO on top after 3.5? Will it be a tie game, or will FloridaBama take the lead? All of that to be determined during the Blake Roberts at bat. Roberts with a single in the second. Stolen base for Curry, but no throw based on the fact the tying runs at third. Inside with a pitch to Roberts. And if you are Jay Treich and you're genuinely concerned about the score, which you shouldn't be here. I mean, you are, but not really. It's more about honing the skills, getting better at what you do. But if you were looking exclusively at score, then walk him. Don't give him anything to swing at. Walk him, lead bases loaded. You got a one-run lead going into the bottom of the fourth, but that's not what spring training's about. As I mentioned, they're not even keeping a scoreboard, so it's a good possibility. A lot of the fans and maybe even some of the players don't know what the score is. That is hit in the direction of left field. It will drop in as a base hit. In to score is Ganola. Curry coming home to second goes Roberts. His second base hit of the game. This one drives in two and will give a lead of one to FloridaBama. And now Roberts officially tagged out to put it into the inning. But the lead is flip-flop back over to FloridaBama, 4-3 advantage. As we head to the bottom of the fourth with Burnett, Harris, Ash, Blevins, and Rayburn coming up. Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Macon Burnett will start it off. First pitch, that is fouled away. Carson Harris, Blaine Ash, Kendall Blevins, Tanner Abert due up in the inning two. Lead's gone back over to FloridaBama after a 3-run top part of the fourth off 3 base hits. Actually 2 base hits, 1 double. Blake Roberts double brought in 2. Lined over to short, and the catch will be made there by Colton Ashmore. And Burnett with the line out for out number 1. Hard hit by Burnett. But right to shortstop Colton Ashmore. One away for Carson Harris. Harris ground into a 5-3. This one popped up on the infield, foul territory. Darnell underneath for the catch, and there's 2 gone. Blaine Ash next. Ash ground into a 3-1 putout. Kendall Blevins on deck. The new pitcher is Hayden Jones. Jones with some time at short, now on the bump. Foul back to the screen. Fifth inning for FloridaBama starts with the 9 spot, Colton Ashmore. Yeah, things are a little bit different today. We've got a 12-man batting rotation for FloridaBama as Ash will strike out. And it's been a 3-up, 3-down inning for Hayden Jones. Got the out over at first of Kendall Blevins. And it's been a 4-up, 4-down inning. Matter of fact, my scoreboard won't go any more than 3 outs. It's not used to showcase baseball. Tanner Rayborn walked in the second, back to the plate in the fourth. Hayden Jones trying to retire the side in order, which would be 5 straight. And if you're looking at time-wise, an hour and 22 in, unofficially. So a little less than a half hour left in our 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. a little inside with the offering to Rayborn. I mentioned we are back first weekend in June. But there is baseball next weekend. As you got a strikeout of Rayburn, and it is a 5-up, 5-down inning. Let's go to the fifth in a 4-3 ball game. FloridaBama with a lead and coming to bat. Colton Ashmore starting off the top of the fifth. Walt Etheridge, Timothy Busby, Easton Grace, and Colton Eason all due up in the inning. 4-3 FloridaBama lead. The new pitcher is Carson Harris for UBO. And as I mentioned, in between games, we keep cameras up. And you can watch the field prep and get a feel for when we will be ready to roll with the next contest, which should be right about on time, 11:15-ish. There's a walk handed out to Colton Ashmore. He'll go down to first. That is walk number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 given up by Ubo Mississippi pitching. There has not been a lead today bigger than 1. FloridaBama grabbed the 1-zip lead in the first. Ubo Mississippi made it a 2-1 lead after 2. Then FloridaBama able to get the lead back. Actually, I guess we did have a 3-1 lead briefly. So we've had 1 2-run lead. As you got a stolen base by Ashmore. But it's been a close game. And granted, the limit of 5 at-bats kind of evens things up a little bit. But still, all in all, very tightly contested contest between FloridaBama 16 and Ubo Mississippi. Into the dirt with a pitch. Off to third goes Ashmore. He will be there without a throw. And FloridaBama trying to match the largest lead of the game that Ubo Mississippi had, 3-1 after 3. And make it a 5-3 game after 4.5. Outside with a pitch to Etheridge. Couple of walks, Ashmore and Etheridge. They are on the corners for Timothy Busby. Next weekend, Showcase Series events and Coastal Alabama South Bay Minette. Well, here's one of those rarities. Actual visit coach to pitcher. Also next weekend, Showcase Series baseball at Louisiana College in Pineville, Louisiana. And in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida at South Walton. That is all coming up next week. We will bring you baseball the 7th through the 9th at Pearl River Community College in Poplarville, Mississippi. Stolen base for Etheridge, no throw with Ashmore in third. And let's see, off the top of my head, where will we be this summer with the showcase? And it will be at Troy, University of West Florida, Louisiana Tech, Texas A&M, University of Louisiana Lafayette. Let's see, Orange Beach High, University of South Alabama. I think that's got it covered. Couple of base runners on for Timothy Busby. Busby popped out to first in the third. Lifts this one up on the infield. Back onto the grass. And making the catch. Let's see who's playing short right now. Got Sonez at second. And again, if the back's turned, I can tell you it looks like a 3 on the jersey of our UBO player at short. That would be Dalton McQueen. Busby the fly out, Easton Grace to the plate. Grace had a heck of an inning in the third behind the plate. He threw out 3 runners. Over the head of Grace, had to back away to get out of the way. He is the 4th hitter in the 5th inning. Top of the order, Colton Eason on deck. Well, we are an hour 33 into the game. I'm thinking it could be possible they end this one a little bit early because every hitter now has been to the plate at least twice. And with Eason coming to the plate next, that would be 3 at-bats for Eason. Every UBO hitter, let's see, by the end of the inning, will they have 2? 1, 2, 3. Yep. 5 at-bats in the bottom of the 5th, and you'll have every UBO hitter with 2 plate appearances. So by the end of the bottom of the 4th, we'll be creeping up on the hour 45 mark. So I'm kind of thinking we could call it a game after 5. Grace given a walk. Loaded up for the second time in the game for FloridaBama. Top of the order, Colton Easton to the plate. He is 0 for 2 in the game. Drives this one in the direction of left field, but foul. Eason with a fly out to third and a ground out to third. Outside with the pitch to Colton Eason. He was the first out in the first inning, third out in the third, but not the last out in the third. I would say that one got away from Harris. A little bit high, a little bit inside on the right-handed Eason. A walk here brings in a run. I believe it is 1 and 2. The umpire, of course, is behind the mound, not behind the plate, so got to make sure the strikes are on the right hand. And, yep, got a K of Eason, bases left loaded for the second time in the game for FloridaBama. We head to the bottom of the 5th. McKinley Taylor, Treich, Alds, and Jimar coming up. Bottom of the fifth gets underway. First pitch to Kane McKinley popped up to center field. The new pitcher is Aiden Bramlett. And he will continue a string now of 7 straight retired by FloridaBama pitchers. Hayden Jones came in, worked the 4th inning, and retired everybody. And now Bramlett has retired the first he's faced, Preston Taylor at the plate. Jaden Treich to the on-deck circle. Out in front of the plate, asking for it is Bramlett. Said, hey, I got the arm, I'm the pitcher. Over to first with a throw, and Taylor's out on the 1-3. And that run of Ubo Mississippi hitters retired stretches to 8. Got a new hitter coming to the plate. No, we don't. It is Jaden Treich. Just had the wrong number put by the name previously. Treich struck out in the 2nd. Back to the plate here in the 5th. And as I mentioned earlier, this link is going to be live all day long. So even in between ball games, you can watch what's happening here on the diamond. I know there's not going to be a whole lot. Maybe a little field prep, little warm-ups in the outfield, but it will give you a feel, too, for when the next game starts. Always the possibility we start a little bit early or a little bit late. Ball given to Treich, and that snaps that string of 8 straight retired by FloridaBama pitching. And as I mentioned, now at the unofficially 1 hour and 43-minute mark, I'm kind of thinking we don't go to the 6th. So if you are Ubo Mississippi, running out of opportunities to tie or take the lead. 2 are gone. Still got a chance, though, to win it. Certainly have a chance to tie it. Treich on, Grayson Alds to the plate. Alds with a walk and a run scored in the 3rd. Caught in no man's land. Treich, he will head down to 2nd and get tagged out there. Bases cleared, Alds and Jamar. All that is left in the inning for Ubo Mississippi. Inside with a pitch from Bramlett, unless, of course, you have 6 hitters come to the plate, which we had happen one time. That was back in the 2nd inning, and I think that was just simply by accident. Kind of lost count on how many hitters have been to the plate with nobody keeping score, etc. Ald's the 4th hitter in the inning. Inside with a Bramlett pitch. That's a little bit high. Ald's is on. And a tying run aboard for Elijah Jamar. So again, working under the premise that the 5th will be it, though it might not be. But at an hour 45 in, kind of thinking we don't go the route of 10 additional hitters. So if Ubo Mississippi is to pull out a win, got to have Alds come in to tie it, and Jamar to follow to win it. And again, as we've mentioned previously, score isn't an issue for these guys. I would probably be shocked if the bulk of them knew what the score was. Jamar with a walk in the 3rd. Part of a 4-walk inning. That'll go to the screen. Alds was on his way anyway. He'll be safely at 2nd. And the tying run now in scoring position. Ubo Mississippi looking for their 3rd base hit of the game. Had their first 2 and only 2 of the game in the first 2 innings. A single in the 1st and a triple in the 2nd. High and away with a pitch to Jamar. With a pitch, running his Alds, heads to 3rd, and he might have got tagged out. He was tagged out. High throw, but able to reach around and lay the tag on Alds was Timothy Busby. And now, if you are Ubo Mississippi, your hopes lie on a tie and a homer from Jamar. Jamar, the last hitter in the game, we think. A little low with the pitch. Jamar, the 13 hitter. That's into the strike zone, and out he will go, and I believe that is going to be your ball game. Before we officially say so, let me take a look at the diamond and see that nobody's heading out. They're not. That's it. And this ball game is final. It will end after 5. And FloridaBama Scout 16 will win it. Taking a quick look at your numbers. For Ubo Mississippi, couple of base hits. They committed 2 errors, got 3 runs, 2 in the second, a run in the third. They only leave a single runner on in the course of 5 innings. FloridaBama, 4 hits, 1 error, 8 stranded. And their 4 runs divvied up this way, 1 in the first and 4, make that 3 in the fourth. They stranded 3, left the bases loaded twice in those 5 innings. And our first of 5 games today is done and over with. 11:15 is when we are back. As I mentioned, we'll leave cameras up so you'll get a feel for whether that 11:15 start time for the next game is accurate. But coming up next, you have got an 11:15 matchup between Legend 16 and Extreme 16. That is slated for an 11:15 start. We will see you then. Thanks for watching JockJive. And don't forget, subscribe to our YouTube channel and be sure to download the Southeast Showcase Series app.
coach left their stuff for their team, and I'm like, I guess I got
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are in Summit, Mississippi, just outside of Macomb on the campus of Southwest Mississippi Community College. Spring training for UBO. And in our opening ball game, it was a FloridaBama Scout 16 win. They knocked off Ubo Mississippi 16 by a 4-3 final. Here we go with game number 2 of our 5-game slate. We've got the youngsters here at Southwest Mississippi Community College. Dallas Renzi is at Copiah Lincoln, where the elder statesmen are playing baseball. J.L. Malbrew leading it all for Extreme 16. And as I mentioned in the opening ball game, it's a really informal setting. So we don't know who comes to the plate until they come to the plate. Don't have a starting lineup card, don't have an umpire behind the plate. As you can see, our official is behind the mound. We will have 5 hitters come to the plate in the top and bottom part of each inning. As Malbrew lifts this one towards left field, and the left fielder no idea where the ball was, lost it coming off the stick. Malbrew will be on with a single. And Landon Gramillion coming to the plate. Well, Connor Boone moves to the on-deck circle. Well, it would have been a routine fly ball had the outfielder been able to spot the ball off the stick. I can vouch yesterday was doing some shooting of footage from the outfield during BP. And there were shots that you just didn't have any idea where it went off the stick. So it'll drop in as a single from Malbrew. Ramillion with an opportunity to move the runner over, as that one is sent foul and out of play. And as I mentioned, today's kind of exhibition, if you will, for the regular season. The regular season starts next week. The regular season being all the Summer League Showcase Series games. So we're taking the opportunity, too, to kind of experiment with some new gear. And that's the excuse I'm using today if there's some kind of malfunction that can be attributed to the operator. I'm just blaming it on new stuff. Ramillion with a swing and miss. Count goes even at 2. I don't know what I'll do when I get used to this equipment. I guess I'll have to come up with another excuse. Swing miss. Gramillion goes down, 1 away. Here in the top of the first. Connor Boone to the plate. Zach Jordan moves to the on-deck circle. Off and running is Malbrew, and throw is to the third base side of second. Malbrew in with the stolen base. And in scoring position. Southwest Mississippi doesn't have a press box at the moment. They are undergoing some improvements, renovations to the grandstand area. So I am literally all alone in the grandstands. You can see the blue tint to the right side of your screen. Hey, that's me. Good to have you watching. Got a feeling when we come back, it'll be a gorgeous new facility. Malbrew tagged out trying to steal third. Two gone for Connor Boone. Now we'll have 5 hitters come to the plate. Why don't you give me that some of the players, if not all of the players in the field, will start towards the dugout without number 3, but not the 5th hitter. Hard to get acclimated when you've been doing one thing one way to adjust for a day to this 5 at-bat format. Fouled away by Boone. Zach Jordan on deck. Extreme 16 in the white with the baby blue. And with the royal blue. There they go. Off to the dugouts, but that's only 3 at-bats. And maybe the coaches aren't even aware that, yeah, you got 5 that go to the plate. Apparently not. We're going to the bottom of the first here on JockJive.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We head to the bottom of the first. Colin Watson will start on all 4, and Bird moves to the on-deck circle. In the opening game today, 5 at-bats in the top and the bottom part of the inning. Here in game number 2, we may be more to a baseball-type format where it's 3 outs that takes you to the next inning. We'll see. Colin Watson starting it for the Legends. And I would say you've got to have in the first inning, even if you change in the first inning, you've got to play those 3-out rules. Of course, it's a showcase, no scoreboard, nobody keeping score, no official scorekeeper, don't have an umpire behind home plate, because the emphasis is not on winning or losing this game. It's exhibition play. I mean, heck yeah, you like to win. If you're an athlete, you come to a ballpark with the intention of being on the W side of things, but this is the equivalent to an exhibition game, spring training in MLB. And an opportunity, too, for coaches, folks like you, to get a look at some of the talent. As you got a walk given to Colin Watson. Base runner aboard for Oren Bird. And I will, in advance, ask for forgiveness on the mispronunciation of names. There will likely be more than one during the course of the game. Caught stealing is Watson. That I will discombobulate. And some of these names I have run across in seasons prior. It's just my ability to remember. The gentleman on deck, as a matter of fact, for Legend 16, Trey, H-O-U-C-K. I think that is Huck coming to the plate after the Oren Bird at bat. In the game prior, I have learned things. Thank you very much for YouTube and the ability to chat. Another walk, Bird down to first. But that Jaden, T-R-I-C-O-C-H-E, is tree coach. Thank you very much. I don't think I would have ever gotten close on any variation I provided, so thank you for making me aware. Trey Huck with Bird on. One away here at the bottom of the first. I got one coming up. Antwine Lapesper. L-A-P-S-P-E-R-E. Coming to the plate next. It might be another one of those names that you want to hop on YouTube and say, hey, Mr. Announcer, you are way off with the pronunciation. And here's the pronunciation guide. There's another walk. Huck goes down to first. Antwine Lespear coming to the plate. Couple of base runners aboard here in the bottom of the first. Game number 2 of a total of 5 to be played today. Last one slated for a 6 p.m. start. Might get a little later start because this one was slated to begin at 11:15. Got underway at 11:30. Out of the strike zone to Lespear. Connor Welch moving to the on-deck circle. And it will take us a couple of innings, maybe even into the third, before everybody has gone to the plate. And we thus begin to have a little familiarity with the gentleman who will come to the plate and bat and play out in the field. All part of the informal setting. Tagged out, trying to dive back into second is Oren Bird. And there's 2 gone. Outside with the offering to Lespear. And has popped up out of play, back this direction apparently. Windy and warm. here in Summit, Mississippi. Does not feel as warm as a day ago, however, when temperatures got into the mid-90s and heat indices were in the vicinity of 100. Currently 86. Our problem spot, those winds out of the southwest at 10, gusting to 22. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. One runner stranded, nobody scores. We have played an inning, and it's a scoreless contest. Top of the second gets underway. Zach Jordan will start it. Cade Pearson moving to the on-deck circle. Trey Hook is on the bump for the top part of the second. Inside with the offering to Jordan. And apparently got the inside part of the plate, according to our official. Count even at 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a couple of strikes on Jordan. And at least thus far in the game, we have played standard baseball, the 3 outs, moving us to the next inning versus the opening game where we had 5 plate appearances in the top and the bottom part of the inning no matter what. Download the Showcase Series app and get updated on what's coming up next. First full weekend of baseball for the series is in Bay Minette, Pineville, Louisiana, and Santa Rosa Beach, Florida next weekend. Hit over to short, and the throw to first. Out will go Jordan on the 6-3 putout. The That is Aiden Gaspard playing short. One away for Cade Pearson. Just a little bit outside with the offering. Noantre Edmond moving to the on-deck circle. Well, if you missed last night's presentation on campus of Colin from Nick Singleton and James Gamble, you missed a treat. Learned, too, that 67 players who were all eligible to move on, go to a college, and play ball, all did, coming through this organization, and are now playing either junior college or college baseball. Though these youngsters aren't thinking about that yet at 16 and under. It won't be long. So honing their skills, getting the attention of the people that could make those offers later. There's a walk given to Pearson. He'll go down to first. Well, maybe he won't. Or maybe it wasn't. Ball 4. So back to the plate goes Pearson. And there is the strikeout instead of the walk. And 2 gone for Edmond. Gavin Shawn moving to the on-deck circle. Connor Welch starts things when you get to the bottom part of the second. And is popped up near the plate. And it will go foul. Well, initially catcher Lesper did not know where the ball was. He thought it had gone over the screen and out of play. Had he been able to pick it up immediately off the stick of Edmond, might have been able to make the play. Into left field, that'll be a base hit. Edmond will get on second. Extreme 16 hit of the game. Got a 2-out single, and Gavin Shawn coming to the plate. Shawn had all that catcher's gear on, was ready to defend at the end of the second. But after the base hit from Edmond, we'll walk out to the plate. Walkerton Kirikoff moving to the on-deck circle. Edmond with his lead over at first. The pitch a little bit outside. Top of the second, scoreless first. As that one is sent foul by Shawn. And I think that would be the correct pronunciation for S-H-O-E-N, because isn't that the same Last name spelling for Neil Sean, the guitarist and vocalist for Journey. Edmund with his lead at first. A little bit outside with the pitch to Sean. I wonder if Gavin plays guitar or even knows anything about the Journey songs. They've been at it for like 50 years now. That is mind-blowing. High pitch, Edmund takes off. He will get in with a stolen base. Walk given to Sean, and he'll go down to first. Couple of base runners on for Kirikoff. Aiden Morrell to the on-deck circle. And we will get a courtesy runner for Sean. Sean the catcher, so he will come out of the game, and in to run is Chase Del Cambre. Now Cambre at first, Edmund at second. A little bit outside with the pitch to Kirikoff. Our apologies too for the wind noise and the microphone. There's not a thing we can do about it. It's windy. We're out in the elements. High and away with the pitch to Kirikoff. Late with the swing. By the way, when we get into the third inning, we quit going to commercial break so you can watch the pitcher warm up in between innings. Couple of strikes on Kirikoff. And of course, we're keeping the cameras up between games too. So it is a constant link today. A little different than the regular season. As out will go Kirikoff, leaving a couple of base runners on. Another base hit, 2 in the game for Extreme 16. We head to the bottom part of the inning. Connor Welch will begin it for the Legends. Just about all White Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Perhaps got it. Long throw over, and he got it. Bottom of the second gets underway. Connor Welch will start it. Braxton Poindexter moving to the on-deck circle. Second of 5 games today. All featuring the youngsters. The older crowd is at Copiah Lincoln. Dallas Renzi on the call there. By the way, you can keep up with the scores from all of the games today by following us on Threads. That's where we post all scores from all games. Welch hit by the pitch. He'll go down to first. So a base runner aboard. Nobody gone here in the bottom part of the second. Braxton Poindexter coming to the plate. Wild toss goes to the screen. Welch will make his way to second. Luke Dominique moving to the on-deck circle. Base runner in scoring position, nobody gone. Bottom part of the second, Legend 16. Trying to become the first to plate a run in this one. Which would be interesting, but it is the game of baseball. The team that has the most hits does not necessarily have the most runs in any given game. Down to third with a throw, and in safely with a steal is Connor Welch. Meanwhile, the walk given to Poindexter, and he'll go to first. Couple of base runners on for Luke Dominique. Foul tipped back by Dominique. Hunter Vince on deck. A little bit outside with the offering to Dominique. Couple of base runners aboard. Bottom part of inning number 2, home half of the inning. Extreme 16, the visitors in this one. Legends 16, the home team. Well, we're starting to see the clouds part. Wind dying down a little bit, and that means the temperature beginning to rise here in Summit. Dominique strikes out, 1 away. Your new extreme pitcher is Colton Ashmore. Check that. Wrong screenshot. It is Sam Cade. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Hunter Vince. Bryson Gabler is coming to the plate next. Typically, pitchers have been working about an inning. I don't know that we have seen more than an inning of work from anybody today. This very field yesterday housed the skills competition for, again, the younger age group, the older age group at Colin. So yesterday, the 60s over beyond the softball field, and then on this diamond, had the infield throws, the outfield throws, catcher throws, BP, bullpen activity. High offering, running on the pitch is Poindexter. And he'll get in safely to second in a cloud of dust. Couple of base runners aboard for Hunter Vince. A little bit inside with the pitch, and the bases are loaded. Bryson Gabler to the plate. Aiden Gaspard to the on-deck circle. Popped up, foul territory, right side and out of play. Full of legends. Vince is at first, Poindexter at second. Welch, a base runner, at third. A little bit high with a pitch to Gabler. When you get to the third inning for Extreme 16, it'll be Aiden Morrell to start things off. Into the dirt outside, holding at third is Welch. So that means everybody else has to stay put too. But now Welch thinking about coming home, able to get back safely despite the fact he has run back to the bag, and it was an opportunity to pick him off, but unable to get the tag was Boone on Welch, and Welch dives back into third. Well, I mentioned the new equipment. It's what I'm using as my excuse for these misfires on my camera. I'm trying to get used to this new stuff. And yeah, I'm a one-man band, so those mistakes are me related. Did you get the double play? You did! On the 6-4-3, Gabler wrapping into the DP and keeping the game scoreless.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We get the top of the third underway. Aiden Morrell will start it off for Extreme 16 in the scoreless ball game. Gabler wrapping into the 6-4-3 with the bases loaded. And Legend 16, who had an opportunity to take the game's first lead, sees that opportunity fall short. Aiden Morrell starting it off. Got a new pitcher on the hill. It's the guy that just hit into the DP, Gabler. That's a hot shot to third, and Morrell will be on. Unofficially charging that as an E5 to Colin Watson. And Morrell aboard. Bringing Max Wardell to the plate. Wardell with a base runner at first, nobody gone, outside with the pitch. Big lead by Morrell, but he will stay over at first. And we may have a different team member, at least we got a different jersey color over at first. Yeah, you got two 20s. You got Gabler on the hill, and you've got a number 20 over at first playing for another Legends team. Maybe, well, let me see. Maybe we can do a little research and figure out who the gentleman over at first is donning 20. We know the guy on the hill is Gabler wearing 20, or at least we assume so. Outside with a pitch, and the walk is given to Wardell. Couple of base runners on. We're back to the top of the order. J.L. Malbrew coming to the plate. Malbrew's got one of the two Extreme 16 base hits of the game. Mishandled at second, and still able to get the out at second. What a job. That was Luke Dominique. He's kind of mishandled it at second, but atoned by chasing it down and getting the put out of Wardell. So Malbrew will wrap into the 4-6. Gets Wardell. Morrell moves to third. Got a couple of base runners in scoring position. With one away, Landon Gramillion pops this one up to center field. Catch made there. Throw coming to the plate. Holding at third is Morrell. And Gramillion with a fly out for out number 2. Connor Boone to the plate. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out who the first baseman might be. There is a Legends 18, a Legends 16. He's got a Legends jersey on. As this one is popped up in the direction of left field, and then the catch is made. Boone will fly out. Leaving a couple of runners stranded, 2.5 done. We go to the bottom of the third, and still a scoreless game. Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you. We head to the bottom of the order in the bottom of the third. Aiden Gaspard will start it off. Top of the order, the 1 and 2 hitters, Colin Watson and Oren Bird, due up in the inning 2. Both teams with missed opportunities. Legend 16 with the bases loaded in the bottom of the second. And then Extreme 16 with a couple of base runners in scoring position in the top of the third. Yet here we are in the bottom of the third, still scoreless. As this one is sliced foul by Gaspard, giving it a look. Over at first is Kirikov. Won't be able to track it down. It's become a little overcast, so much so that I was checking my iPhone to see if there's any precip predicted. There isn't currently any. Let's hope it stays that way. Boone at third, fields over to first, and Gaspard grounds into the 5-3. One out for the top of the order, Colin Watson. Watson with a walk, got caught stealing second in the first. Legends still looking for their first base hit of the game. Have had plenty of base runners, but haven't been able to muster up a base hit yet. facing J.L. Malbrew, who is on the hill for Extreme 16. Looking forward to a year, well, a summer, which is, you know, in baseball terms, the year for the Showcase Series. Looking for that year of series games in a couple of weeks off to Poplarville and Pearl River. And before it's all done and over with, we'll visit Troy, University of West Florida, Orange Beach, University of Louisiana Lafayette, Louisiana Tech, University of South Alabama, Texas A&M. And that's just where we will be streaming. And, of course, the showcase is all over the place. Fouled away by Watson. Orrin Bird is on deck. Fourth inning for Extreme has got Jordan, Pearson, and Edmond all coming to the plate. Swing and miss. Watson goes down on strikes. That is K number 1 for Malbrew, and it is the third for Extreme 16 pitching. 2 gone for Orrin Bird. Bird with a walk in the first. A little high. The opening offering from Malbrew. Extreme 16, a couple of base hits. One came in the first, one came in the second. The 2 games today looking a little similar. There was only a total of 6 base hits in the opening game. And in this one, you've had a total of 2. Low inside pitch. And actually, this is not Orrin Bird, by the way. He was the guy who was hitting in the 2-hole. Let's see who we now have at the plate. This is Joseph Rivera. Popped up to second. And there the catch is made by Cade Pearson. 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the third. We head to the fourth, still scoreless.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the fourth gets underway. Zach Jordan will start it. Cade Pearson and Dwandre Edmond due up in the inning two. Scoreless game. Extreme 16 with a hit in the first and second. And the Legends hitless, both teams scoreless as we head into the fourth. Deep short, but that'll be a base hit for Zach Jordan. And the third Extreme 16 hit of the game. Got a base runner aboard for Cade Pearson. Pearson struck out in the second. Coming to the plate in the fourth with Edmond moving to the on-deck circle. Huck, LeSpear, and Welch when you get to the bottom of the fourth for Legends. Outside with a pitch to Pearson. 0 for 1 in the game. Struck out in the second. We are unofficially 1 hour into the game with a 1 hour 50-minute time limit. And the Showcase Series app will get you updated on what's coming up. Got a roughly 1:30 start between FloridaBama 16 and Ubo Southwest 16. 3:45, it'll be the Gulf Coast Pelicans 16 and Ubo East 16, and your nightcap here. Blue Jays and Stars. Gonna walk and a couple of base runners on. Pearson will get the free pass down to first. Couple of base runners on. And then, of course, tomorrow there are games all day long here and at Colin. We're not here tomorrow. We are back on the, I believe it's the 7th, when we head to Poplarville and Pearl River Community College. Edmonds got one of the 3 base hits. And a single in the second. Back to the plate in the fourth. High and away with the pitch to Edmond. Gavin Shawn moving to the on-deck circle. That'll go to the screen, and that will get runners moving up 90 feet. Jordan will go to third. Pearson will go to second. So Extreme 16 looking at another one of those very good opportunities to plate runs. Another walk, bases loaded. Well, you know the odds with the bases full and nobody gone. You like your chances of at least a run coming in. Gavin Shawn coming to the plate. And a walk in the second inning. Back to the plate after a single and 2 walks here in the fourth. Cameron Shawn walked in the second, back to the plate with the bases loaded and nobody gone here in the fourth. And he will strike out. And if you are Legend 16, you're liking your odds a little bit more of being able to hold Extreme 16 scoreless, despite the fact the bases were loaded with nobody gone. Now they're loaded with one away. And here's that key at bat. In scoring if you're Extreme, and keeping Extreme from scoring if you are Legends. Walkerton Kirikov struck out in the second. Bryson Gabler getting his second inning of work in. So we have had a handful of pitchers today, worth more than one. Outside with the offering to Kirikov. Jordan at third, Pearson at second, Edmond running at first. That is hit up the middle, scooped up at second, throw over to first, will turn the double play. So Kirikov will hit into the DP, and again, perfect opportunity to plate runs, goes awry for Extreme, and we are still scoreless, headed to the bottom of the fourth. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the fourth gets underway. Trey Huck will lead it off. Entwine left spear coming to the plate next. That is into center field, and that becomes the first base hit of the game for Legends. Leadoff single for Huck. And a base runner aboard here in the bottom of the fourth. A spear struck out looking in the first. Connor Welch moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside, a little low with the offering. Connor Boone on the bump. J.L. Malbrew wrapping up his inning of work, and Connor Boone is onto the bump for extreme 16. Hit over to first. Throw will go to second, get the lead runner. And the spear on at first, put out goes 3-6. One away for Connor Welch. Welch got hit by a pitch in the second. Braxton Poindexter to the on-deck circle, outside with the pitch to Welch. Morrell, Wardell, and Malbrew coming to the plate when we get to the fifth for extreme. Lifted in the direction of left field, tails off into foul territory, and the at-bat continues for Welch. It's been a mixture of clouds and sun today. The one constant has been the winds out of the south-southwest. Of course, why not? We're at southwest Mississippi. You never have northwest winds at southwest, do you? Okay, you might. Able to get back is LeSpear at first. Big thanks to James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard, all the folks that work with United Baseball for the opportunity to stream. I don't know how many years this is now. I think we started working with the showcase in United Baseball in the COVID year. And I've had the privilege to be back every year since, outside with a pitch to Welch. We will be at one field a week for 9 weeks, starting the first weekend in June. And there'll be some weeks where we are at multiple sites. I think we are at Troy and the University of West Florida simultaneously, La Tech and South Alabama. And it seems like there was another week where we will be at a couple of locations on the same weekend. Fouled out a play by Welch. Welch hit by a pitch in the second. A little bit outside. The official initially was going to indicate a strike, but then decides, hey, that was not a strike. Hey, that's the beauty, too, of today, is that if you are the unofficial official, the guy behind the mound umpiring, you've got that flexibility. Can you imagine if a plate umpire did that? Lifted his hand for the strike and then said, you know what, I think that's outside, ball 4. Maybe fans should have the perspective that every game is an exhibition game. And it wouldn't get quite as intense where umpires are concerned. Trying to check his swing, but couldn't. Poindexter delivering with a strike. Luke Dominique to the on-deck circle. That's on the outside part of the plate, and out goes Poindexter. Strikes out looking. Boone's got his first K. Out number 2 with Luke Dominique to the plate. Dominique struck out in the second. He is 0 for 1 in the game. Hunter Vince is on deck. I noticed the opening game today at Colin was something like a 1918 final. We've got the antithesis of that here. A scoreless game into the fourth. Inside with a pitch to Dominique. That is foul tip back into the middle of the catcher. Out will go Dominique. Strikes out, and he will leave a couple of runners aboard. We are scoreless through 4. Just about all white. Jones County diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. We're in the top of the 5th underway. Aiden Morrell will start it off. Max Wardell and J.L. Malbrew 2 up in the inning 2. It is Logan Dewhurst who is on the hill. I went over and asked, and I got a feeling that might have been Pop. So I asked the right guy. Logan Dewhurst getting his first opportunity with the bump, and that one is sent foul by Morrell. Looks like Connor Boone has moved to the on-deck circle, so Wardell is slated to go next, but it looks like we're going to have a little shuffling in the extreme 16 lineup here in the 5th. And again, you can do that in these informal settings. A little bit inside with a pitch to Morrell. I kind of wonder if we will go beyond the 5th. Not that we don't still have plenty of time left. That is well hit towards left field, but catch is made. Able to backtrack and make the catch is Connor Welch. And Morrell will go down for out number 1. Well, as I mentioned, the beauty of this event, too, is that situations like this, where you might want to get another at-bat for a hitter. Connor Boone, who actually hit as the 3 guy, will hit as the 10 guy. And we've got a new face moving to the on-deck circle. Connor Boone went 0 for 2 when batting as the 3 hitter. We will see how he fares as the 10 guy. That is lifted out of play. Sam Cade is the guy that has moved to the on-deck circle. Top of the 5th in a scoreless game. And why I mentioned that it wouldn't surprise me if we wrapped it up after 5, though there's still plenty of time. As this one is ground to deep short and on is Boone with a 1-out single. Sam Cade coming to the plate. And Max Wardell has moved to the on-deck circle, so it was Wardell who was the 10 hitter. He is backed up and allowed Boone and Cade to get at bats, and now is making his way to the plate next. Fouled away by Cade. But if we wrapped it up after 5, then the game would still get you about 90 minutes of baseball, a little better than, and maybe get us back on track for the next starting time, which was slated to be 1:30. Right now, due to the late start of this one, you're looking at about a 2 p.m. start. Now, that may not be important to organizers. They may be like, hey, let's just play baseball, not worry about the time frame. But if there is an effort to kind of stay on that original schedule, then you might consider shortening this game. Especially if somebody scores in the 5th. Sam Cade with Boone on, which is an indication, too, that Boone is not going to be pitching in the bottom of the 5th. A little inside with a pitch to Cade. Because if Boone was to be pitching in the bottom of the 5th, you would think a courtesy runner would be at first. That is dropped into center field. Base hit for Sam Cade. Back-to-back singles for the first time in the game. And Max Wardell will make his way to the plate. And another new hitter moving to the on-deck circle, Jackson Smith. Hit towards left field, drops in, base hit. All loaded up. Welch gets to it quickly, but it's full. As Boone, Cade, and Wardell deliver. One away in the inning. Jackson Smith coming to the plate. To the on-deck circle is Landon Granger. So Extreme 16 with a lot of new faces here in the top of the fifth. And old guys in new places. As that one is fouled off towards third. Hunter Vince, Bryson Gabler, Aiden Gaspard in the bottom part of the fifth. Unless, of course, the Legends do what Extreme has done and put a new face or two at the plate. But I don't think Legends has that luxury. Looking over the dugout, there's not a lot of extra bodies. That will hit the elbow of Jackson Smith, and there comes the first run in as Boone scores from third. So Smith will pick up the RBI on the bases loaded dink that brings in Boone. Cade to third, Warnell to second. Jackson over at first. Outside with the pitch to Landon Granger. And yet another new face for Extreme 16 on deck. Chase Del Cambre, which we have seen on the mound, but haven't seen him at the plate. Still just a single out in the inning. That was the leadoff guy, Aiden Morrell. This one is lifted towards left field. Welch, diving catch. Did he make the catch or grab it on the short hop? He made the catch, and you've got the... Well, apparently he did not make the catch because able to get back to second, not on the throw to the bag, but the tag was necessary. Was Wardell. So that is going to be a Granger base hit. And it will drive in a run. And actually 2 runs will come in. Jackson is now at second, Granger at first for Chase Del Cambre. The Dewhurst pitch. Well, you gotta believe eventually Extreme 16 runs out of new guys to bring to the plate. As Del Cambre will send this one deep towards Welch. In left field, he'll make the diving catch. And get the out, which was out number 3. So apparently they did get a runner somewhere in between the Granger shot to left. And it's a 2-zip game as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the 5th. It is Logan Dewhurst who will start things on. And then Bryson Gabler. And we believe Aiden Gaspern will follow. Again, it's an informal setting. And your traditional lineup card and official scorebook doesn't look the same in a showcase scrimmage game as it would in a Showcase Series regular season contest, which all starts next weekend. Bay Minette as in Alabama, Pineville, Louisiana, and Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, the sites for baseball next weekend for the showcase. Aiden Morrell, the new pitcher, facing Logan Dewhurst, and Dewhurst will strike out. Well, the question is this it? Now we are about 94 minutes into the game, an hour 34 in, with a 1 hour 50-minute time limit. So if we are adhering to that 1 hour 50-minute time limit, no, it's not going to be it. But just a hunch, and let me say that my hunches are more often wrong than right. Bryson Gabler starting it off. Do not buy stock on a hunch, as I have done. That's not good. You might want to call me and say, hey, dude, what are you buying? What stock are you buying? And then you want to steer clear of that. But right now, I'm thinking we might wrap it up after 5. We'll see. Into the dirt with a pitch to Gabler. Free pass to first. Gabler trots down to bag 1. And the base runner aboard as Aiden Gaspard comes to the plate. FloridaBama 16 and UBO Southwest 16 coming up in the game that follows. And if you're checking out Colin and Dallas Renzi, they've got a 1:30 matchup between Extreme Scout 19 and Legends 18. Outside with a pitch to Gaspard, who grounded into a 5-3. Colin Watson on deck. Well, for us, our coverage of college and junior college baseball has wrapped. And now it's the Showcase Series. We'll also have some GRPA, Georgia Parks and Recreation baseball mixed in this summer, some ALA, BCA, Alabama Baseball Coaches Association baseball. Got another walk. Gaspard's on. A couple of base runners aboard as we get back to the top of the order, and Colin Watson. Also got some Cal Ripken, Babe Ruth. All coming up before we get to football in the fall. A little behind the pitch. Nothing in one on Watson, who has walked and struck out. Seems like we just added somebody. But that's next March, not this summer. Throw down to second, able to get back safely is Gabler. And, of course, in the fall, Georgia Military College football, Bayside Academy football, SIAC, Allen University, and Great American Rivalries already signed up to go. And in the fall, we anticipate some JUCO volleyball. Hope to get all of that confirmed this week. Not tomorrow, it's Memorial Day, and we honor those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in giving us the freedoms to do what we do. Low and away, got another walk, base is full. Gabler to third, Gaspard's at second, Watson on first. And Oren Byrne coming to the plate. Byrne walked in the first, and then Joseph Rivera batted where Byrne was batting in the third. And now it is burned back in the fifth. One away, bases are full. Trey Huck's on deck. And it's chopped towards second, possibility of two. There's one at second, throw on to first. Got the double play. It is 4-6 and 3. And that is your ball game. Kind of 2-zip final as this one wraps up after an hour and 39. And taking a look at your numbers for the Legends, one base hit. It came from leadoff guy Trey Huck. They committed a single error, and they will leave a total of 7 on. Extreme 16, both of their runs in a very productive fifth. And a total of 3 base hits and 2 runs in that fifth inning. Leaving 8 stranded, no errors committed. And a 2-zip final, it is a extreme 16 win. Thanks for watching this one. Leave cameras up, turn mics down, and get ready for Game 3. It happens in about 20 minutes. Everybody, welcome back as we get the third game of the day underway. It is scrimmage baseball here on JockJive. Compliments of the United Baseball Organization. What a great weekend thus far of sports it has been. Yesterday with the skills tests and the showcase scrimmage games today, as this one is popped up by Colton Kane into right field, and the catch will be made by Brody Legnon. And there is one away. Already wrapped up a couple of games, and here we are with the third of 5. Windy, and we are in the elements. You can see us there. As a matter of fact, I'll do the gamely wave. You see there? Hey, how you doing? Underneath the blue tent. And that is because here at Southwest Mississippi, they are undergoing renovations. There is nobody near me. I am by myself behind the backstop, not complaining. At least not complaining about the by myself part. The lack of AC, well, hey, you got to make sacrifices to get improvements, and those improvements are coming. And I am grateful, too, both teams providing starting lineups, man. We do appreciate that. Connor Campbell at the plate. Eli Stone with the on-deck circle, which means I can give you the lineups. I've got them this time. Darn it, no excuse for bungling who's where. Got all that information in advance. Colton Kane led it off. Connor Campbell is the 2-hitter. Eli Stone hitting third. Colton Lindsey fourth. Crawford is the 5-hitter. Rupert Sproles will bat 6th. Trey Hughes 7th. Caleb Chatham is the 8 guy. Brady Carlson in the 9-hole. 10-hitter Dylan Pettis. Chase Busbin will bat 11th. Now, what we do not know, and we'll find out quickly, opening game today, you had 5 at-bats in the top and the bottom part of the inning. Second game of the day, we played it more like baseball with the 3 outs to end an inning. We'll see what we have here in this one. No scoreboard, umpire behind the mound. High and away with a pitch. Brock Broussard getting the start for UBO Southwest on the hill. Connor Poirier is behind the plate. Ace Dupai is at first. Second baseman Dylan Menard at short. Isaiah Mintna. As you got a walk given to Campbell. And a base runner aboard for Eli Stone. At third, Parker Deese. UBO's outfield has Parker Pommier. In left field, the center fielder is Jackson Romero. And Brody Legnon is in right. Oops, didn't take the score from the prior game down. There we go. Zip, zip game. Well, I am longing for the perfect game where I do not make a single mistake. I've done over 10,000 and have had 10,000 fails. There's a base wrap into left field for Stone. A couple of base runners on for Colton Lindsey. So I went ahead and got the mistake out of the way. I left the score from the prior game up. Let's see, did I leave anything else up from the prior game? Nope, I think I've got everything else taken care of. Colton Lindsey with a couple of base runners on. High and away with the Broussard pitch. Game 2 at Colin Raps, and it was a UBO Scout 17 10-2 win over the Gulf Coast Pelicans 18. And again, we're probably the only ones that know the score or are keeping the score. And I think Poirier's got a problem with the mitt. Apparently the lace in his catcher's mitt is busted and he needs a new one. So Poirier back behind the plate. Into the box, Lindsay, couple of base runners on. Stone and Campbell. That is shoved over towards second. Coming in to make the catch is Menard. And he'll turn the double play. And quickly, despite the 2 runners initially on with 1 away, it goes 4 up, 3 down, 1 stranded, and nobody scores in the top of the first. We head to the bottom of the first after a 4 up, 3 down top part of the inning. And 1 runner stranded. Terrebonne hit by the pitch. And Chase Terrebonne will make his way to first. Terrebonne, the leadoff hitter. Dylan Menard batting second. Coming to the plate next, Brock Broussard is the 3-hitter. Connor Poirier batting fourth. 5-guy Parker Dees. Jackson Romero hits 6th. Ace Dupuy is the 7-hitter. Parker Pommier batting 8th. Brody Legnon is the 9-guy, and the 10-hitter is Isaiah Medna. Connor Campbell getting the start on the bump for FloridaBama. His battery mate is Colton Lindsay. Rupert Sproles at first, second baseman Brady Carlson. At short, Eli Stone, and the third baseman is Trey Hughes. Got an outfield of Trip Crawford in left. Center fielder is Colton Kane. Terrebonne got the stolen base at second. And the right fielder is Caleb Chatham. It is windy here in Summit. That will roll foul towards first. But hey, as long as it's windy and doesn't blow our 10 away, and doesn't blow in any rain, and keeps things a little cooler than a day ago, I would say we're okay with that. Of course, I would also say it probably doesn't matter even if we're not okay with that. It's going to be what it's going to be. Outside with a pitch to Menard. 91 in Summit. It feels like 97. Another high pitch, and off the third will go Terrebonne. So a base runner 90 feet away from becoming the first run of the game for UBO. Here's what I don't know about the games today. Of course, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the stuff I don't know because I don't have enough time to tell you what I don't know. But one thing, one morsel, and that is there mercy rule games in these spring training games? I would say no, but I guess it's possible. Walk given to Menard. So a couple of runners on. They're on the corners for Broussard. Connor Poirier moving to the on-deck circle. That one is shoved in the direction of right field. Chatham will watch it drop in foul territory. And runners will go back to where they were. Terrebonne at third and Menard at first. Back to the plate, Broussard. It probably is just based on the fact that the coaches both gave me starting lineups, that this game has more of a regular season feel, if you will. There's another one towards Chatham in right field. He'll come in, make the catch. Terrebonne tags, throw to the plate. Diving in is Terrebonne. And it'll be a Broussard sac fly that drives in the first UBO run. Menard holds it first. And it's a one-zip game. Outside with a pitch to Poirier. I've mentioned in the first couple of games working with some new gear. Menard on the wild toss takes second. But I'm thinking 3 games in, I may not have many more games, and I can use that as an excuse. I like the new stuff. I like what it does. It's just different buttons in different places. That's it. Same concept. But you know, we are creatures of habit. But outside with a pitch to Poirier. So I'm mashing the wrong buttons at the wrong time. But I think practice makes almost perfect. Got another walk. That will put Poirier to first. And a couple of base runners aboard. Well, Daniel Ballard, I can move something to get you in the shade versus you sitting out in the sun. Let's see here. Let me move this case. Daniel Ballard tournament director. I guess I'll carry some other stuff with me. There we go. Has made his way to our broadcast tent. I gotta get some headphones out of the van so we can get the words of wisdom from Daniel Ballard. I must say, Daniel, I'm a little bit disappointed when I saw you bringing the 2 white boxes over. I was just positive they were Krispy Kreme donuts, but apparently they're baseballs and not edible ones. Parker Dees with a couple of base runners aboard. Shot over towards Carlson at second. He'll overshoot his target, covering the bag at second was Stone from short. And that will allow Menard to come in. So an E4 accounting for run number 2 for UBO. Poirier will go to second. Dees, your base runner, at first. And now a 2-zip game. Trying to think where my headsets in the van are, my spares. Heck, we might just get you to grab the microphone there and talk to us. A little different setting here because we're not in amongst the crowd, so there's not necessarily that need to have headphones. So we're going to talk with Daniel's people and see if we can get him to chat with us in the second inning. And we'll just bring the field mic over. Ace Dupuy on deck. Jackson Romero taking the pitch outside of the strike zone. 2-zip game. Here at the bottom of the second. Almost back on schedule. We were about 15 minutes behind with the start of the second game, originally slated for an 11:15 start, got underway at 11:30. This one was slated for a 1:30 start originally and gets a 1:33 start time. So not bad for game number 2. A little bit outside with a pitch to Romero. Another opportunity at second for Carlson. Makes good on this one. Throw over to first, a little too tall. Won't get the double play, but will get out number 2. As Romero wraps into the 4-6 that gets Dees. Poirier goes to third. Romero, your runner at first. And there's 2 gone for Ace Dupuy. Outside with the pitch, off and running is Romero. Stolen base without a throw from Colton Lindsay. And a couple of base runners in scoring position. Biggest inning today here has been a 3-run inning. This thus far has been a 2-run first for UBO Southwest. High and away with the offering. Dupuy is on and the bases are loaded. Parker Pommier to the plate. Brody Lecknon to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the first, game 3, 5 slated for today here at Summit, 5 today as well over at Capaya Lincoln, where Dallas Renzi is on the call. Outside with a pitch to Pommier. Halfway through this one, we're halfway through the day. A little bit outside to Pommier. And there's a bases loaded walk to Pommier. That will bring in Poirier and turn it into a 3-zip game. Pommier picking up the RBI, Poirier picking up the run. And Brody Legnon coming to the plate. And it looks like Connor Campbell is not going to be who will finish the inning. He starts it, and a new guy will try to finish it. Trey Hughes coming over from third. Back with a new pitcher and a quick look at the Connor Campbell numbers when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on hit 6.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Connor Campbell leaves. Trey Hughes steps in. Campbell will work 2/3 of the first. And he will face a total of 8, allowing 3 runs, and leaves with the bases loaded. And hands it over to Tyler Hughes. And the new third baseman is Caleb Chatham, the former right fielder. And it looks like Connor Campbell has moved to right field. So there are your changes. With Brody Legnon at the plate and the bases loaded. In a 3-zip ball game, bottom of the first. And it's ground towards Carlson at second. Cobbles it up, goes to first. It's Legnon. 4-3 goes the putout. And we are headed to the second and their conversation with tournament director Daniel Ballard. That's coming up.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the top of the second. Troop Crawford starts it off. Rupert Sproles and Trey Hughes coming up in the inning as well, talking with Daniel Ballard, tournament director, who, man, he hadn't been around any baseball lately, you know. And you had a lot of baseball lately with South Walton, got to the championship game and losing the championship, and then, heck, just literally hours later, you're on your way to Mississippi.
Yes, sir, Robert. We had an incredible season at South Walton. Competed for the 4A state championship. Ended up losing it to a really good Cardinal Gibbons team out of Miami, and then had to get on a bus 10 hours that same night, drive all the way back for graduation the next day, and got in Santa Rosa Beach about 5:30 that morning. Got a little cat nap and worked graduation, and then jumped in the car and headed to Mississippi for incredible baseball this weekend with United Baseball Organization spring training.
Oh man, if you got a cup of coffee, you were good to go anyway, right?
That's right. That's all I need. It's summer ball mode, and we're ready to go for a full slate of games throughout the summer in different locations. 28 teams in the whole organization this summer, which is really good. We're adding teams and adding players, and there was over 400 players at Colin and Southwest yesterday getting their measurables.
Strikeout of Crawford. Sproles coming to the plate. Speaking of that 400, that is a record, I would assume, for number of signees in a given spring training.
Yes, sir. It's we're adding teams every year, and it's a great feeling. You know, you're growing throughout the Southeast, and James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, myself, and have been really working hard during the off season, and getting all these players registered and signed up, and getting them on teams and stuff like that. So it's been a grueling off season, but the summer's here and we're ready for it. I mean, that spring training was, you know, all the kids get their measurables, and now they have a benchmark going into the summer. That way they know, well, my exit velo's this, my arm velo's this, my 60 times this. So that way, if any college coach wants to know, we have that information available for them.
And it's my understanding that everybody that was eligible to move on out of last year's UBO actually did move on.
Yes, sir. We had 67 kids sign a college scholarship last season, or at the end of the summer, we had 67 kids go join a college roster, and they all played as college freshmen last season. And then you'll hear a few names on the 19U team this summer that are returning players. They're the college players now, and they just continue to get reps.
All right, so I'm assuming with 1 day of measurables and then 2 days of baseball, it starts to put a limit on how much you can grow. So I feel like I know the mindset of the James Gambles and the Nick Singletons of this world, and they don't like that word limit. So how do you grow? Where do you grow?
I think we just keep growing throughout the Southeast, and you know, we're in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida, and we just keep adding teams because a lot of people are starting to find out what United is and Showcase Series, and you know, they play in our tournaments, and some teams, I played for this, you know, Johnny played for this East Cobb team or whatever team, and you know, all of a sudden that's not a team anymore. Well, they need a place to play, and you know, United is here, and it's a great option, and a lot of people are starting to tell their friends, like, when I played for, you know, the Ubo East team last summer, and I had a blast, and so now it's like the old phone a friend, you know, tell a friend to tell a friend, and they keep on doing that, and we keep adding players throughout the Southeast, and it's growing quickly, and it's a lot of headache, but a lot of long nights, but hey, we get it done, and we got the best crew in the business to do it.
Now, as far as getting involved with UBO this year, that's kind of a missed opportunity for this year, or if there's a player, do they have an opportunity to become part of UBO?
We do have our what we call our taxi squad team, which is a pickup option. So if somebody is missing a player for the weekend, you can to sign up and register to be a taxi squad player, and be available for pickup, and then if you're interested in doing something full time, then we'll we haven't even talked about it yet because this summer just got here, but we'll blink our eyes and we'll be talking about the fall season.
Yep. That's true. You got fall ball, so it's not like if you missed out on the summer ball that you missed out on the baseball altogether, because there is that fall league as well.
That's correct. The fall league has been really good, and the fall league is growing. I mean, we had 2 teams last year, could potentially have 3 teams this year. So it's growing, and our goal is just to get these guys reps that they need, live ABs, pitchers facing live hitters, and getting them in front of the right pair of eyes every single weekend, because our goal is if you can get 1% better each day, by the end of the year, you've got 100% better.
All right, so the guys over in Colin who are the 18-year-olds, and they're the guys who are thinking about college next year. So obviously, they want to hone their skills, but they're even more interested in getting their product out to the right eyes. What about these guys who are 16? I mean, are they looking at trying to grab a college coach's attention, or is it more about getting better?
It's a mix here. I mean, because the way the recruiting world is now, up until last year when they capped the rule, you had 2027s and 2028s and 2029s already committed to Division I colleges, and it's crazy to think a 12-year-old is ready to play college baseball, but unfortunately that's what was happening. I mean, Tennessee offered a 7th grader, and I'm just like, kid's in the 7th grade, how do you know he's ready to play college baseball? So NCAA has done a good job on capping that, so now the college coaches cannot talk to these kids until August 1st of their junior high school year. So I think the biggest thing for a 16-year-old, 15 to 16-year-old now is just to go out here and, get your eyes on a paper and get your name left. And just, this coach likes Johnny here at a position, and he's going to remember him. And then when he turns 17 and he becomes a junior August 1st, that kid may get a phone call.
Isaiah Medna coming to the plate. Meanwhile, back to the top of the order, Chase Terrebonne and Dylan Menard in the bottom of the second in a 3-zip game. And hey, this is the way baseball is. It's an interesting sport. The team that has the most hits does not have the lead in this one. It is Ubo Southwest 16 with the advantage, as this one is dropped into left field by Medna. And there is the first Ubo Southwest base hit of the game. Top of the order, Chase Terrebonne coming to the plate. I know it is very early. As a matter of fact, the decision was just made where you can pay college athletes. And you've been so involved with high school baseball and now in UBO, you might not have had even an opportunity to think about it. But do you see that as changing, maybe not the game, but the attitude of the athletes even, or the expectation of the athletes even at this level?
Well, the NIL it's a name, image, likeness is what is originally, meant to be, where a college athlete could receive some money when people liked his name or image or likeness. But unfortunately, that's not how it went. And, now it's, who's got the most money, whatever booster club is the strongest, that's who's going to get what they want. You got teams in the SEC with a $10 million baseball budget, and you got teams in the SEC with a $1 million baseball budget and an $800,000 baseball budget. So that's the crazy thing. And then I know like Tennessee and Texas and Virginia and Maryland have allowed high school kids to receive NIL, which the good thing about it for high school kids in NIL is it's a certain way to go about it. When a kid receives NIL for high school, basically he posts a link on his social media, and when people go to that link and buy stuff off that link, then he does receive funds from that. So it is not like somebody can just go out here and pay a kid and to say it's NIL money. That's not the way it's going to work in high school.
Over to first with a throw, Terrebonne able to get back safely. But do you see it though? I mean, are kids at this level going to go, okay, what can you give me monetarily or get me monetarily. Do you see it changing that aspect, or?
Yeah, they're going to have to. The NCAA is really going to have to do something about the transfer portal and the NIL, because it is, it's just, it's teaching the wrong thing in life, and that's just my opinion. And it's not worth 2 cents, but I just think the transfer portal is. I think they need to go back to the old ways. I mean, I get it if you want to transfer. The school you thought you wanted to go to is not a fit, well, that's okay. You can transfer and sit out like you used to. But now it's just like, if I don't get my way, I'm going to transfer to somebody who will give me my way. And that's just not the way of school. And I think that's why you see a lot of old school coaches no longer coaching this game because of the way it is. And unfortunately, it's the new era that, as we call the metaverse, is the new metaverse of this century of baseball players or college athletes.
It is going to be interesting to see how it impacts things. All right, let's talk about you as tournament director. Where are you going to be? I know there's multiple events every weekend, so you're at a set location each week, typically as close to your house as you can get it.
I try to be. Nick Singleton, he'll try to send me a couple miles away from my house a couple times, but we'll get it done. So next weekend we'll be at Louisiana College, South Walton High School, and Coastal South Community College, and I'll be at South Walton next weekend running that one. And it's going to be a great tournament. South Walton's got one of the best high school facilities in the southeast, and then we'll be at Coastal South, and that'll be Coach J.D. Pruitt. Done a really good job this year, and they've done some upgrades since we were there in the fall, so it'll be interesting to see all them upgrades that Coach Pruitt has done, and him and his staff will be there working and evaluating these kids, and then Louisiana College as well.
Poirier.
Plate, he's
yep.
out.
He's got him. That is a base hit for Poirier that brings in Terrebonne, but following close behind is the out. It was Menard who was batting in the 2 spot, but I am thumbing through my screenshots to tell you who exactly number 4 is for UBO. Let's see. As Poirier stands at first, actually his runner, and that is Menard, and Menard will take off for second. Poirier, the catcher, given a courtesy runner. So Terrebonne scores. Menard thrown out for his replacement at the plate for out number 1. And we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4-run game. I think I'm caught up at the moment.
That's right. And Robert, just explaining more about spring training. I mean, I know people are watching and going, "Hey, there's a coach standing behind the mound. What's going on?" So basically, our goal here is just to shake off the rust for these kids, because 90% of these kids are, the 16U division are JV kids. They may have got a little varsity time, or if they're at a small school, they do play varsity. But they haven't played a varsity game over in a month, not unless your team had a good run. So a lot of these 15 and 16-year-olds hadn't played baseball in a month. And, baseball is one of the hardest sports to play, because you can take a month off and go out there and catch a football and it's no big deal. And you can take a month off and go in the gym and shoot a shot and you're good. But hitting a fastball at 85 plus, if you take a month off, that could definitely make you have a bad day. So that's why I say baseball and softball are the 2 hardest sports to play, because if you take time off, you will be behind. So this is all spring training is. It's just to kind of give the coach an idea of what their team kind of looks like and who can play where, and just shake the rust off for the kids. And it gets the parents used to the kind of a tournament style that we do going on forward for the rest of the summer. And I think it's a really good, really good deal. These kids, I know that these kids will bond and be great teammates together, and they'll enjoy this summer, and it'll go fast. I mean, before you know it, we'll blink and we're at the end of the summer in Orange Beach, and we'll be talking about fall ball.
Speaking of the official, we haven't one behind the mound versus the guy behind the plate. Typically, in the summer showcase series games, you do have, is it 2 umpires?
Yes, sir. It is 2 umpires. We'll have 2 umpires, one behind the mound. One behind the dish, and then one in the field. So nice little hit and run there.
Jackson Romero delivering into right field, and then it's booted by Campbell.
Yep.
And it's got Poirier in. D's rounding third. He'll come in to score. Romero gives a look to right field, heads to third. He'll get there safely. So it's a hit and an E9. And 2 more runs in. All right, the question that I posed earlier in the game, I got to pose now with a 7-zip lead in the second. Are there mercy rules in these scrimmage games?
That's a good question. I may have to call my lawyer and make sure I'm saying the right thing here. But I think we will play it out. I don't think there'll be a mercy rule, just because, spring training, and we just try to give the kids the most reps as possible. So I don't know if we'll mercy rule here. We may shorten the game an inning or 2, but or if the other team's out of pitching or something and need to save some pitching for tonight's game or tomorrow. Because most teams will be done tonight. We'll have a handful of games tomorrow, not many. But a lot of local teams will play tomorrow. A lot of these Florida and Alabama teams, they'll be traveling home tonight or first thing in the morning.
And, of course, we are streaming from here and Colin. There's also, 4 or 5 other fields being used?
It's about 4 fields today, and tomorrow it'll be 3.
And it's chopped in the direction of short. Charging into field is Stone. Throw to first will get DePoy, but in from third will come Romero.
And I'm excited about this summer. Coastal South, we haven't been there during the summertime. We did in the fall, but now we'll be there in the summertime. And then we'll also be at University of West Florida this summer, which is a new venue. We were going to be at Tallahassee Community College, but due to the tornado that came through there a couple weeks ago, they're going to go ahead and start some early construction. So unfortunately, we won't be going to TCC this summer, but we'll try again next summer as they redo their stadium, and then we'll be at Northwest Florida State, South Walton High School, Pensacola State, Orange Beach High School. So we'll end the year at a beautiful Orange Beach complex, is right near the beach. So you get a beach trip if you come to the last tournament of the year. You still get a beach trip out of it. Originally, it was going to be at South Walton, but due to the renovations going on at South Walton, we couldn't have it there. So we did find a location, Orange Beach, and it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stadium. It's turf field. It's almost good as South Walton's, but not quite.
Not biased at all.
No, not biased at all there, Robert. Not biased at all.
Now, speaking of Orange Beach, isn't that a new venue as well?
It is a new venue. And a couple of their players have played in our organization. And so it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful weekend in the summer in Orange Beach, Alabama. It's going to be beautiful weather. You got the beaches right there when you're not playing. So it's going to be an amazing summer.
All right, so you got us updated on what's happening from the standpoint of this weekend, what lies ahead. For those who are interested in United Baseball, maybe not just as a player, but obviously you want to attract more players, but I'm talking about from a fan perspective or even a coach perspective. You've got to have people coaching these teams as well. So I'm assuming that there is a need, and if there is an interest on the other end, do they go to the website to find a point of contact?
That's correct. They can go to our website, unitedbaseball.org, and go to your left side of the screen. You'll see contact information, and there's James Campbell contact, Jerry Martinez, Nick Singleton, and my contact as well. You can contact us if you're interested in having your son or grandson sign up, or if you want to coach or whatever. And I tell people all this all the time, we recruit our coaches just like we recruit our kids. So every coach is handpicked to a team. They do coach high school ball somewhere, or former professional or college coach. So we are blessed to have some of the best coaches, and these kids are getting coached hard during the summer, and they're just told to have fun and get better, and then we'll develop when needed. And then we also have the Showcase Series app. You can go on the App Store, Google, Android, and type in Showcase Series, download our app, and that's where you'll get all our tournament information, not only in Alabama and Florida, but also on the West, Mississippi and Louisiana as well.
Ground is short by Chatham. Fielded there by Medna, and his throw to first will get out number 1. Well, Daniel, we convinced your attorney to allow us to have your talent for an inning, and that inning is come and gone. But we appreciate it, man. Great working with you. Looking forward to the summer. When Daniel Ballard is nearby, heck, I'm getting lineups today. So, you know, I didn't expect any lineups today in this last game. Both coaches come over and give lineups, and I'm like, well,
that's
Daniel's
right.
In the house.
We always try to take care of the greatest. I told you, Robert, you and Vince Scully, that's the best two baseball voices that I really only want to listen to when I'm watching a baseball game. JockJive, we appreciate y'all coming here this weekend. You and Dallas, I mean, I know everybody is just really thrilled about JockJive, and every time they hear JockJive, they know Mr. Robert Williams, and they want to hear his voice.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm not so sure about that. I know plenty of people that would prefer I shut up, but I sure appreciate that there's somebody that's listening and watching, and we appreciate
you. Thank you, Robert, and we'll catch you down the road at an event somewhere.
Sounds good. Daniel Ballard, Tournament Director with the United Baseball, here with us in Summit, Mississippi, the site for 2 of the places that we are streaming. But as Daniel mentioned, there are a lot of locations this weekend for baseball with the United Baseball organization. So let's get back to the baseball on the diamond with Carlson, the base runner, at second, and Dylan Pettis coming to the plate here in the top part of inning number 3. In a 9-zip game, UBO with no hits but 3 runs in the first, 3 hits and 6 runs in the second. 1 away, 1 aboard. Dylan Pettis getting his first plate appearance of the game here in the top of the 3rd. We've got the youngsters here in Dallas with the seniors, the old guys. They're at Copiah Lincoln in Weston, Mississippi, a little bit north of Brookhaven. Some great sports, by the way, in Mississippi JUCO. Football, you're talking about teams that are always contending for the national championship. As a matter of fact, last year, East Mississippi was in the title game against Iowa Western. Didn't win it, but they have won plenty. And in baseball, you got a Pearl River team that has won some World Series championships in D2. Pettis given a walk, couple of base runners on. Just a highly competitive Region 23 in the NJCAA. Showing bunt is Chase Busbin. Meanwhile, the top of the order moves to the on-deck circle. FloridaBama not panicked. They know there's plenty of time to get into the game, to get back in, to cut into this 9-run lead. Trying to pick off the runner Carlson at second. But FloridaBama would like to get something out of the 3rd. You don't have to get 9 runs, but they'd like to get rid of that goose egg. Busman laying down the bunt. It is retrieved and thrown over to first. Sacrifice will get the runners over. Terrebonne retrieving and getting the out. And really didn't give second or third much of a look because he knew that was a sacrifice that got out number 2. And where FloridaBama is concerned, it's an opportunity to practice an art that seems to be fading, and that is laying down that bunt. Into center field, coming over to make the catch, Jackson Romero, and out will go Colton Kane. Couple of base runners stranded, nobody scores, 2.5 done. And UBO Southwest 16 leads by 9.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Bottom of the third gets underway. Brody Legnon leading it off. Isaiah Medina and Jace Terrebonne due up the inning 2. Sunshine warm. I don't think it's quite as warm as it was a day ago, but still on the warm side. And in talking with Nick Singleton, I think they moved this up a little bit from a year ago in hopes that maybe they would beat some of that heat. Man, the heat's caught up with us. It was warm yesterday. Legnon ground into a 4-3. He was the first that new pitcher Trey Hughes faced. Oh for 1 in the ball game. Nine hitters starting it off here in the bottom of the third, and the leadoff hitter is aboard. That is the third consecutive inning that UBO has put leadoff on. And a runner on for Isaiah Medina. Medina has singled, stolen a base, and scored a run. Still got windy conditions here in Summit, Mississippi. Let's see, those temperatures have eked up to 92, the heat index to 99. But still got those south-southwest winds. Opening game, they were gusting to 22. Game that wrapped up 23, and now we got 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Well, if it keeps getting stronger throughout the day, we're going to have 30 before the day is done. I mentioned I got my little weights holding this tent down. I'm on concrete, no way to stake it down, so I got weights. So far, they're doing okay. But I think I can actually reach the top of the tent the way I'm situated. It can hold us down. That is lifted in the direction of left field. That will drop. Roll into the corner, extra bases for Medina. Legnan on his way to third. He will get there safely. It is a two-bagger for Medina. And a couple of base runners on for UBO. Top of the order, Jace Terrebonne to the plate. Terrebonne's been hit by a pitch and reached on an error. Scored a couple of runs. Has a stolen base to his credit as well. Low and inside with a pitch. And Dylan Menard moves to the on-deck circle. Cohen Romero batted where Menard had been to begin with in the second inning. It's a brushback. I don't know if it was by design, but pushes Terrebonne away. Shot towards short, fielded by Stone, and then dropped it. Everybody's safe. That'll be the third error of the game for FloridaBama. And the second time that Terrebonne has benefited. Legnan will come in to score. And that looks like that is going to do it for Trey Hughes. Another pitching change for FloridaBama, the new guy, when we return.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back. Her two on hit six.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
First pitch, Terrebonne takes second, but Medina is your base runner at third. Couple of base runners in scoring position. With Dylan Menard at the plate, the new pitcher is Colton Kane coming in from center field. Caleb Chatham showing his diversity. Started in right, went to third, now center, replacing Kane. Gentleman outside with a pitch. There is a swing and a miss, and Menard will become the first out in the third inning. And Kane will pick up the first K for FloridaBama pitching. One away from Brock Broussard. Connor Poirier moving to the on-deck circle. Got a couple of base runners aboard. One in, one away. That'll go into the dirt. Here comes Madna from third. He will score. 2-3 goes Teramo. So the wild pitch brings in another run. Turns it into 11 zip lead. Brock Broussard has sent a sac fly in right field and been hit by a pitch. And in both instances brought in runs. The sac fly brought in a run in the first and then got hit by a pitch with the bases loaded in the second that brought in a run. Outside with the pitch, walk given. Wait a minute, Blue says that was a strike. Broussard thought it was a walk. Instead, it's a strikeout, and there's two gone. Connor Poirier. He has walked and singled, has an RBI, and has scored twice. Just about an hour 4 into our 1 hour and 50-minute time limit. Next game slated for a 3:45 start. And then you got a 6 p.m. nightcap. Over towards Trey Hughes, now covering third. Goes to first with the throw. Gets Poirier on the 5-3. 2 runs will plate. The lead goes to 11 as we head to the top of the fourth. Terrebonne hitting the first guy he faces here in the top of the fourth, Connor Campbell. Giving a free pass to first. Of course, he might not be thinking free with a dink, but it was an off-speed. I mean, you're going to get popped by a pitch. You hope it's an off-speed and not a fastball. So the off-speed gets him. Eli Stone coming to the plate. UBO scoring in every inning, 3 in the first, 6 in the second, a couple of runs in the third. Now with an 11-zip lead. Over to first with the throw, back safely goes Campbell. Outside with the offering to Stone. Stone with a single in the first, batting here in the fourth. That'll go to the screen. It'll get Campbell on his way to second. So another scoring opportunity for FloridaBama. They have had runners in scoring position in the first, second, and now make that first, third, and now fourth. And had a runner to third in the third. Strike delivered on the corner to Stone. Colton Lindsay on deck. Just a little bit outside, and the walk is given to Stone. So a hit batsman and a walk, couple of base runners aboard. Colton Lindsay coming to the plate. Ground foul in the direction of first. Our first base coach trying to make a barehanded stop. Ricochet, that would be an EC. Error, coach, okay. Hey, listen, I've never said all my material is good. I've really never even said much of my material is good. I'm kind of like is it the blind chipmunk? And a shot into the gap, left center field. Lindsay driving in Campbell. Here comes Stone, rounds third. He'll score 2. It's a double that brings in a pair for FloridaBama. And they're on the board in the top of the fourth. Compliments of the third FloridaBama hit of the game. Couple of RBIs on the Lindsay double. And Trip Crawford will come to the plate. And Lindsay, the catcher, getting a courtesy runner. That is Brady Carlson, who will go out to run for Lindsay at second. Into the strike zone, the opening pitch to Crawford. Crawford struck out in the second. He was part of a run of 3 Ks in a row. Crawford, Sproles, and Hughes. Another good-looking pitch. Got the inside part of the plate from Terrebonne. Strike 3 and out will go Crawford. So there is one away. Rupert Sproles coming to the plate. Got another final from Colin. Extreme Scout 19, a 14-zip winner over Legends 18. And that was in 4 innings of play, so they may have kicked in the mercy rule in that one. Able to get back safely at second. That is Brady Carlson. A little bit inside with the pitch. Well, I think the wind is beginning to pick up a little bit. It's blowing some stuff off my little broadcast booth. As that one is shot in the direction of right field, drops in, Sproles, bringing Carlson onto the house, and he'll be tagged out. Trying to slide past the would-be tag of Poirier, but Poirier got him. So Sproles with the single, but Lindsay tagged out of the plate. Base runner at first, but 2 gone. Trey Hughes to the plate. Upstairs with the pitch, throw goes down to first, able to get back safely is Sproles. Well, I've had my first temp shift. It's gotten a little brisk, breeze, so it's moved my weights a little bit, but looks like the tent's still holding true for the moment. I'll have time in between innings to get up and shift things around a little bit, but if that breeze continues to pick up, which it has all day long, I do start to get a little concerned about what we'll get before nightfall. Nightfall, typically it gets calm. But it's between now and nightfall, which is about 7:30, that is a little troublesome. Into the strike zone to Hughes. Hughes struck out in the second, batting in the fourth. Into the dirt, off to second goes Sproles, and he'll get there safely. So a runner in scoring position. High and away with a pitch, a walk given to Hughes. Couple of base runners are on. And that's got a coach coming out to have a conversation with his pitcher, Jace Terrebonne. I remember Terrebonne from a year ago. I mean, this is a good pitcher, good player. Every pitcher has those outings. Those moments where they struggle, and Terrebonne has allowed a couple of base hits, hit one, walked one, given up a couple of runs in the inning. And coach coming out just to kind of hit the reset button where Terrebonne is concerned. Couple of base runners aboard. Caleb Chatham, who ground into a 6-3 in the third at the plate. That is sliced foul over in the direction of the concession stand or the softball field across the way. Fouled away by Chatham. Brady Carlson moving to the on-deck circle. Tell you what's a little bit surprising, and I probably shouldn't say anything because next it will happen, but that's my gear on top of the van out in center field giving you that pitcher to hitter look. Of course, it's sitting kind of inside the pines. There's a strikeout. Speaking of wind, Chatham goes down looking. Couple of base runners stranded, 2 runners in. FloridaBama is on the board as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the 4th gets underway. Parker Deese will start it. Jackson Romero and Ace DuPoy due up in the inning 2, an 11-2 advantage. And about the 1 hour and 20 minute mark in this one. In the bottom part of the 4th, 2 runs played in the top part of the inning. And FloridaBama will get on the board. And they did that off a pair of base hits. Did leave 2 on. Low inside pitch from Colton Kane. Came into the ball game in the 3rd. Faced 3 and got them all. Struck out Menard, Broussard, and Poirier. That is lifted towards center field. There to make the catch is Chatham. And Deese is out, number 1. One out for Jackson Romero. Romero is ground into a 4-6 and singled, 1 for 2 in the game. Has scored a run and stolen a base. Nearly hit by the pitch. Inside it goes. That got the corner and the count evens 1 apiece. Don't forget, download the Showcase Series app. What a huge tool for information in regards to schedules, scores. This particular case a little different because it is scrimmage, so they're not keeping scores for the games this weekend, but otherwise you get scores there. And then a lot of times messages pertaining to a venue, even pertaining to traffic. There have been instances in years gone by where traffic was jammed on a potential route to a venue, and they've issued alerts going, hey, you may want to find another path. Back to the screen by Romero. Romero came to the plate in the 1st and 2nd, back to the plate in the 4th. Into second. Carlson over to first. Romero's out, number 2. And got a hitter coming to the plate for DuPois. I checked that. This is DuPois. I had written the wrong number by his name. This is Ace DuPois. Coming to the plate with 2 gone here in the bottom of the 4th and nobody aboard. There is a string intact for Ubo Southwest that they want to continue, that FloridaBama hopes to end here, and that is scoring in every inning. High and away with a pitch to DuPois. DuPois has walked and grounded into a 6-3. 6-3 put out, brought in a run though. So he does have an RBI to his credit. And he'll be given a pass to first. Parker Poirier coming to the plate with a base runner on. That is the second walk to DuPois. A little low with a pitch to Pommier. Pommier with a walk, round into a 4-3. Walked with the bases loaded, picked up an RBI. That is fouled out of play. Off and running is DuPois' replacement, Menard, and he'll be tagged out. Caught stealing for out number 3. Despite the walk, it's a 3 up, 3 down. Bottom of the 4th and the first scoreless inning for Ubo Southwest as we head to the 5th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the 5th gets underway, and Brady Carlson will start it. Dylan Patterson, Chase Busman, due up in the inning, too. Right now, an hour 27 into the game in an 11-2 contest. Third of 5, fourth of 5, slated to begin at 3:45. If you get the Showcase Series app, it will give you the preciseness of who plays when. Carlson with a fly out to right field. Langdon with a catch, and there is one away. Pettis walked in the third. Facing Ace DuPois here in the fifth. Low and away with the pitch to Pettis. Just a little bit behind the pitch. Got a piece of it, but fouled it back. It's a 2-strike count. A little bit of a check swing. Did he go? And umpire behind the mound's like, hey, I can't see. I'm here behind the mound. I don't know if he went or not. And, yep, he did. There was out number 2. Well, that's honesty on the part of the coach. The coach over at first is a coach for FloridaBama, but he was like, hey, man, listen, if the guy goes, he goes, whether he's on our team or the other. And Pettis went. Chase Busman to the plate, high and inside with the pitch to Busman. Two gone, nobody aboard, top of the fifth. Pommier, Legna, and Medna when you get to the bottom part of the inning. And yes, Pommier was at the plate when the fourth came to an end for UBO, but caught stealing was Menard running for DuPois. And that one is driven back to DuPois. He'll field and go to first. Out goes Busman on the 1-3. 3 up, 3 down on the top of the fifth. We're headed to the bottom of the inning in an 11-2 game. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Got a new pitcher in, is Rupert Sproles for UBO FloridaBama 16, facing Parker Pommier with Brody Legnon and Isaiah Medina due up in the inning 2. 11-2 ball game, bottom of the 5th. In a game that right now is an hour 34 old. We have not had a game make it to the 6th yet. Let's see if this is the first. That is foul out of play by Pommier. Well, there are two things to consider. One is everybody has had a couple of at-bats. Another is you're not that far away from the 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Does take a little while to get the field prep, not a long while. Popped up to first there. The catch is made by Trey Hughes. Pommier with a fly out. And probably most significant on whether we wrap it up at the end of 5 is how wore out are the crews, who've still got 2 games to go before wrapping up a day here. We wrap up today and head home. But the crews wrap up today and get back to the baseball tomorrow. We're not here tomorrow for coverage, by the way, nor at Copiah Lincoln. Our coverage ends with today. We'll be back in Poplarville, Mississippi on, I think it is the 7th, 8th, and 9th, if I am remembering correctly, in June. On the inside part of the plate to Legnon. Isaiah Medina to the on-deck circle. He into the dirt with the pitch. Well, I've apologized for the wind noise all day long, but it's Mama Nature's fault. It's windy out here. It just doesn't seem to be letting up at the moment. Still brisket out of the southwest. But other than the folks who are trying to hang on to tents, I don't think there's probably going to be many complainers about the wind. It has acted as a breaker from the heat. That is rolled up the middle. It'll become a base hit, a 1-out single for Legnon. 5th hit of the game for UBO. Also a big thank you to Southwest Mississippi. They gave me access to the internet, the password to get me into the internet. If I didn't have access to the internet, boy, we'd struggle streaming. Over to first with the throw from Sproles, who began the ball game as the first baseman. Brady Carlson is now at third, as Trey Hughes, who began at third, is now over at first. Shot towards left field, and that will sail over the head of Colton Kane. Roll towards the fence. That has got Legnon on his way home and on his way to third, but tagged out is Medina. Had a double, wanted to make it 3. And there's 2 gone. Lead goes to 10 as Chase Terrebonne comes to the plate. Terrebonne has been the benefactor of FloridaBama miscues. Got hit by a pitch in the first, reached on an error in the second, reached on an error in the third. Couple of strikes on Terrebonne. Cohen Romero has moved to the on-deck circle. The 2 spot has had kind of a seesaw effect. Menard and Romero have been swapping. Menard came to the plate in the first, Romero in the second, Menard in the third. Looks like Romero will come to the plate in the fourth. Outside with a pitch to Terrebonne. Swing and a miss. Terrebonne strikes out. And there is the official out at first as it is scooped up and Terrebonne becomes a K. Well, are we headed to the field or are we calling it a game? Looks like we got guys going to the field. So apparently we're headed to the 6th for the first time today. It is a 12-2 ball game, Ubo Southwest.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the 6th, top of the order, leading it off. Colton Kane hits it to short, throw to first, 6-3. We'll go the put out of Kane. And there is one away here in the 6th inning. Connor Campbell coming to the plate. It will be interesting to see if we go to the bottom of the 6th in this one with UBO on top. If they're still on top, leading by 10. And we haven't had a 10-run inning today, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have one here. Not that likely, but always possible. As that one is fouled away by Campbell. As far as into the game, we are about an hour 42-ish into the contest. That is chopped back to DuPois. DuPois will field, go to first. Campbell's out on the 1-3. Two gone for Eli Stone. Stone with a single and a walk. And has scored a run. 1 for 1 in the contest. A little bit outside with the pitch to Stone. If we do go to the bottom of the 6th, it will be Romero, Broussard, and Poirier coming up. That is hit to short, backhanded there, throw to first in time. That is a nice play by Medna. And Stone will go out on the 6-3. And there was There's a player down, that is Medna. I don't know if he's play acting or actually injured. If it's an actual injury, coaches will come out and check on the UBO shortstop. Boy, he's holding the gut, so he is indefinitely in some pain. And again, I don't know if it is heat related or could be. It's a hot day here. Ball game over, by the way. We're not going to the bottom part of the sixth. This one will end in the top part of the inning, and hopefully Isaiah Medna is okay. A quick look at your numbers as we get ready for your fourth game of Sunday. 4 hits, 5 stranded, 3 errors committed. 2 runs played for FloridaBama. They both come in the fourth. UBO Southwest 16. A total of 6 base hits. They will leave 5 on. No errors committed. 3 runs in the first, 6 in the second, 2 in the third, and a run in the fifth. And this one is over. Third game of the day done. We're a little better than halfway there. Game 4 coming up at 3:45. We will see you then here on JockJive. Reminder, the link stays up. A view of the game stays on. And game coverage begins with the first pitch near 3:45.
I sent you?
I think. I can't figure this Gulf Coast Pelicans one out. Notice that? Because none of the names match the roster. That was the Gulf Coast Pelicans.
Let me take a picture of the roster. I'll send it to you. Just sent you the Pelicans lineup.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that works. All right, appreciate that. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is the fourth game of the day. And it is Ubo East taking on the Gulf Coast Pelicans. Robert Williamson set to bring the coverage. Just got the lineup for the Pelicans, who was putting the finishing touches on that as this is dropped over towards second. Underhand to first, and out will go Deaton on the 4-3 put out. So on away with Graves coming to the plate. And I'm working on getting first names for Ubo East as we speak. This is Weston Graves at the plate. I'm looking for Nathan Deaton. That is the gentleman who led things off. That is lifted out of play. And before giving the complete starting lineup, I will get all first names in my book. My apologies, there is sometimes little time to get everything done in between ball games. As the walk is given to Graves. One away with one aboard. Possibility of two. There's the 6-4, and there is the 3. Colin Kelly. Actually, I think that was William Kelly. Looks like we've got Colin a little later on in the lineup. So that is William Kelly wrapping into the 6, 4, and 3. And I'm wondering if we've gone back to that 5 at-bats per inning. We did it in the first game. As MacArthur sends it to short, over to first goes the throw, and you got a 6-3 put-up of MacArthur. And apparently we have gone back to the 5 at-bats in the top and the bottom part of the inning. As Bobby Lupola comes to the plate. All right, all first names in the book. Here we go. Nathan Deaton leads it off. 2-hitter is Weston Graves for Ubo East. Will Kelly batting third. Anthony MacArthur, the 4-hitter. Bobby Lupola in the 5 spot. Britton Wheeler hitting 6th. Caleb Johnson 7th. Colin Kelly is the 8-hitter. 9 guy is Daniel Pope. Ethan Carbajal is the 10-hitter. Jordan Hawkins hitting 11th. Keelan Beasley 12th. Landon Attaway is the 13 guy, and Logan Coffey in the 14 spot. And there you have the offensive lineup for Ubo East. And you got a strikeout of Lupola. 5 go up and 5 go down. 2 in the double play. There was a walk to Graves, but he was taken out on the Kelly 6-4-3. And we have wrapped up the top part of the first, headed to the bottom of the inning. And it's the Pelicans coming to bat.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Popped up behind the play. The catch is made. Hayes Ellis will look at one pitch and pop out for out number one. Just had a conversation with Daniel Ballard, and it's kind of on a game-to-game basis. The opening game today, we had a total of 5 going to the plate, top and bottom part of the inning. Then we went through a couple of games where they played kind of a standard baseball game with 3 outs determining whether you go to the next inning. We are back to the 5 at-bats per. Of course, my question to Daniel was, okay, what about the last game? Is it going to be 3 outs, or is it going to be 5 at-bats? He said, we'll wait till the last game to find out. Not sure. Here's what we do know. These games will take about an hour 50 to complete. Hayes Ellis popped out behind the plate. He's the leadoff guy. Jet Durden at the plate now, the 2-hitter for the Pelicans. Aiden Wilcox hitting 3rd. Ethan Seals 4th. Cody Noel is the 5-hitter. Landon Rushing batting 6th. Tyler Carney 7th. 8-hitter Cohen Mosley. Braxton Hartley hits 9th. Philip Cryer 10th. And Hunter Skates 11th for the Pelicans. Durden will go down a strikeout victim, and there's 2 away. And of course, our graphic does not have the capabilities of going to 4 or 5 outs. So when we get to 3 and keep on playing, you'll know what the problem is. Wilcox hitting this one to left field, and there the catch will be made for out number 3. But not the end of the inning. Ethan Seals to the plate. And where the defenders are concerned, they're going to change, and change frequently, especially on the mound. You may not see the guy on the hill long. And hit by the pitch. Going down to first is Seals. Base runner aboard for Cody Noel. It is windy. It has been windy all day long today. And with the exception of we who are trying to hold down tents, I got a feeling folks have enjoyed the breeze. It has made these near mid-90 temperatures much more bearable in Summit, Mississippi. 92 degrees currently, feels like 98. But as mentioned, got those winds out of the south-southwest, gusting up to 25. And they've been about like that all day long. Cody Neal, make that Noel, Cody Noel. He's the 5th of the 5 hitters to come to the plate. And I am checking to make sure, indeed, it is Cody and not Corey. I know you would be going, well, didn't you just write the names down moments ago? I did. Some people have handwriting that's wonderful. I have handwriting so atrocious that after I write it down, I'm like, okay, is that a D or is that an R? Is that Corey or is that Cody? It is Cody. Cody Noel at the plate with the base runner at first. They'll hop into the dirt and go to the screen. It's a walk of Noel. And a couple of base runners will be stranded because he, as the 5th hitter, has nowhere to go but first. 5 up and 5 down in the top part of the inning. 5 up and 2 stranded in the bottom part.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the second, Britton Wheeler will start it off. Caleb Johnson, Colin Kelly, Daniel Pope, and Ethan Carbajal. C-A-B-A-H-A-L. Carbajal. That's what I'm going with. Until Mama texts me and says, you ain't right. Which is true. I ain't. And I probably am not where that's concerned as well. But my apologies for the mispronunciations. UBO spring training on a windy day. And it's starting to blow into the mic as Wheeler is given a free pass first as a hit batsman. And a base runner on for Caleb Johnson. But yeah, when the wind starts blowing in the mic and starts breaking up the vocals, you know it's kicking up here in Summit. Caleb Johnson with a base runner on. Swing and a miss. Colin Kelly moving to the on-deck circle. I haven't mentioned it in a while. Love to have you as a subscriber to our YouTube channel. I've seen some folks, too, following us on Facebook. Thank you very much. The more the merrier. I'm not sure where we're at currently in the subscription chase or race, whatever the case might be. A little over 4. So the next stop, the next goal, 4,100, I would assume. Let me check and see where we are. No, we're already at 41. Well, thank you. I didn't know that. So let's go for 42. Foul tipped away by Johnson. And here's the benefit to subscribing. First of all, you can share. Secondly, you don't have to sit there and wait on a link. You can tell YouTube to alert you when the link goes active. Strike 3 and out will go Johnson. One away, Colin Kelly to the plate. Daniel Pope moving to the on-deck circle. And, two, you've got access to stuff that other folks don't, as that'll get into the dirt and get Wheeler to second. We are continually adding stuff. So over the course of the summer, we're going to have conversations with the James Gambles, the Nick Singletons, the Jerry Martinezes of this world. And those conversations are what you get on YouTube. It is wrapped over to short, throw over to first. It is low and will go to the screen. That has got Wheeler in from third. And Kelly will take second. And Ubo East will grab the early lead in this one. Daniel Pope to the plate. That is lifted in the direction of center field. Catch is made. It's too shallow to send the runner. Staying put is Kelly at second. Two gone, but the fifth hitter in the inning coming to the plate. And that is Ethan Carbajal. Landon Rushing, Tyler Carney, Cohen Mosley, Braxton Hartley, and Philip Cryer when you get to the bottom part of the inning. Inside pitch to Carbajal. Well, from now through the end of the summer, which will be the last weekend in July, United Baseball, the Showcase Series, will be all over the place, playing baseball every weekend at multiple locations. Next week, Bay Minette, Pineville, Louisiana, and Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. On the inside part of the plate to Carbajal. We will next work with UBO first weekend in June. I believe that is 7, 8, and 9. We'll be at Pearl River. That'll go to the screen. It will get Kelly to third. The wind continuing to pick up. I see some tents now, the victims of that wind over on the first base side. It has picked up tents and blown them over onto the field. I don't think you can see it. It's just out of our view, but it just picked those tents up and handed them over the fence. Some of the ball players going over to try to help parents and grandparents retrieve shelter. You know, the weather has been really odd over the course of the last several years. Those thunderstorms in the afternoon just get more intense here in the South. It doesn't seem like anymore when we have rain, we can just have an April-type shower. We've got to have like a severe thunderstorm. And these winds, we've been doing some events outdoors since, I guess, late January, early February. And the wind has been brutal. I mean, if you think these 25, 26 mile an hour winds are rough, how about a baseball event in Dothan, Alabama? I think it was in late February when the winds kicked up to 44, 45 miles an hour. And you're trying to hold the fort down and do a baseball show. Weather is definitely changing. Ethan Carvajal driving it towards first. That is a base hit. It will bring in another run. As scoring from third is Kelly. And Carvajal will be charged with an error that brings in the run, makes it a 2-zip game, and sends us to the bottom of the second. We get the bottom of the second underway. Landon Rushing will start it. Tyler Carney, Cohen Mosley, Braxton Hartley, Philip Cryer all due up in the inning. Next to the last game of the day. One more game to go. Slated for a 6 p.m. start. Should start somewhere around 6. This one was slated for a 3:45 start, and it got underway about 3:45. Couple of runs played in the top part of the inning. No base hits for Ubo East, but a couple of Pelican errors contributing. All right, here's where we will be. Off the top of my head, so I might miss a spot or two over the course of the summer. So if you've got youngsters playing at these venues, we'll be there. If you don't, the Showcase Series has got great resources to be able to let you watch that son, that grandson, that nephew, that, what else could you be, cousin, friend. But we will be at Poplarville, Mississippi, Pearl River. We will be at Louisiana Tech, University of South Alabama, Troy University, University of West Florida, University of Louisiana Lafayette, Texas A&M, Orange Beach, and I think that's got it covered. Strike three on the outside part of the plate to Landon Rushing. And there is one away, Tyler Carney coming to the plate. Cohen Mosley to the on-deck circle. Well, if you want to sock it out of this park, 325 down the lines. The gap's to 370 in the center field wall, the deepest part of the park, 390 feet away. Now, a little right of center is a van with a camera and like some wireless stuff. If you're going to hit a home run out of the park, you don't mind kind of going anywhere but a little to the right of center. I've never had a camera in center field hit, but a couple of weeks ago had a camera actually in a press box. It was sitting in a press box window in the ACCC softball championships. Had a fouled off pitch, come back. I mean, you've got to clear a lot of obstacles to get into the press box window and get our camera. But it overcame and got it. Here was the irony to that story, and then I'll get back to the baseball. I just bought the camera 6 hours earlier. Ground to short, throw over to first. Carney out on the 6-3. And there's two gone for Cohen Mosley. Braxton Hartley to the on-deck circle. But I digress. I think if you're going to hit a home run out of this park, you're not going to worry about where it goes. Odds, I think, favor me in not having the camera hit, but obviously the odds can work against you sometimes. Cohen Mosley, two gone. Nobody aboard, bottom of the second. And that is one of those seeing eye singles to center field. Good job by the second baseman to hop on it. But still on with a two-out single is Mosley. Of course, this is one of those events where you can have a three-out single or a four-out base hit. Braxton Hartley taking a pitch low. Way off the bag was Mosley at first. Did he get back safely? He did. Daniel Ballard, the tournament director, is now Daniel Ballard, the tournament director / umpire. He's the guy behind the mound. Of course, you don't see him. He's not in our camera shot. Outside with the pitch, which, by the way, a big thank you to the umpires. Aware of the fact that we've got a camera that's a little bit to the first base side of second and are staying out of our picture. Off and running is Mosley. He will get in safely with a stolen base at second. Braxton Hartley, followed by Philip Cryer. And then you get to the top of the third with Hawkins, Beasley, Attaway, Coffey, and Deaton all coming up. Hit by the pitch is Hartley. And a couple of base runners on for Philip Cryer. Pelicans trying to chip away at that lead. 2-run advantage, Ubo East. Here in the bottom part of the second. And we are just barely beyond the half hour in. Start of the league this morning at 7:13, or actually this morning at 9, which was 7 hours and 13 minutes ago. So basically 7 hours of nonstop baseball with about an hour more in this one, give or take a few. And then, what, another hour and 50 in the nightcap. So you're looking at still about 3 hours of baseball, a 10-hour link. Popped up on the infield. And out will go Cryer with a fly out. Couple of runners stranded, nobody scores, 2 in, and 2 are in. Got 2 innings in, and Ubo East leads it by 2.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Top of the third, Jordan Evans starts at Keelan Beasley, Landon Attaway, Logan Coffey, and the top of the order, Nathan Deaton, 2 up in the inning. 2-zip ball game, and the team without a hit's got the 2 runs. Ubo East, the team with a hit, doesn't have a run. Gulf Coast Pelicans. But it was the 2 costly errors in the second inning that contributed to a pair of runs for Ubo East. Top of the third, longest game baseball-wise of the day was the game that preceded. As you got a walk given to Hawkins. Then went 5.5. We went midway through the 6th. Shortest game, I guess, baseball-wise, might have been 5. I don't think we've had a game that wrapped up after 4. So everything today has been almost exclusively 5 innings, with the exception of the one game that went a half inning more. Low inside pitch to Beasley. Landon Attaway moving to the on-deck circle. That went a little bit high, so I had one pitch low and inside, this one high and inside. A couple of pitches outside of the strike zone to Keelan Beasley. Landon Attaway on deck. Good to be working with all the folks affiliated with the showcase with the United Baseball, all under the Global Scouting Bureau umbrella. Hit by the pitch is Beasley. And a couple of runners aboard here in the top part of the third. I mentioned we started in the COVID era, I believe it was, with United Baseball in the Showcase Series, and I cannot tell you how. I don't know who the contact was, what got us in touch with them or vice versa. But we definitely appreciate the relationship. Outside with a pitch to Landon Attaway. Logan Coffey on deck, and then you're back at the top of the order. Bottom of the order starts off the Pelican third. They're not playing with as many guys. 11 hitters. Ubo East with 14. Outside with the offering to Attaway. Into the dirt, which, as I mentioned, in this particular case, it's not actually in the dirt, it's into the artificial portion of the turf here. Everything at Southwest is natural with the exception of right around home plate. And that is artificial. Into the strike zone with a pitch to Attaway. And I've mentioned all day, too, that I'm working with some new gear, so not only technically exhibition baseball, but some exhibition baseball production. I'm liking this stuff. As Attaway's given a walk. Loads it up. Hawkins to third, Beasley to second. Attaway at first. And Logan Coffey coming to the plate. Well, looks like Ubo East has got something percolating for Coffey. Hey, I mentioned earlier, almost all of my material is either not good or cheesy, but I just thought I'd throw it in. Nathan Deaton awaiting his opportunity next. Swing and a coffee miss. Got the outside part of the plate, and Coffee will strike out. There is one more hitter to go, though. And I think Coffee thinks it may be him, but I think there's actually another hitter to go. I think Coffee is actually struck out. Well, no, we're going to have a pitch to Coffee. So it is a 2-strike count on Coffee, who, by the way, is only the 4th hitter in the inning. And there's a strike on the outside part of the plate. Back to the top of the order, and Nathan Deaton coming to the plate. Well, we've had 4 hitters. And we're ready for the guy that started it off to come back. I think he was thinking, that'll be next inning, but nope. Nathan Deaton will come to the plate now. Was about to head to the plate with the wrong stick. You can't hit with the wrong bat. Of course, I can't hit with the right bat, but Nathan Deaton can. Ground into a 4-3 in the first. Got the bases loaded. So if you are Ubo East, you want to take every opportunity to try to bring in a run outside of the strike zone, 1-0. Now the bases are loaded again without the benefit of a base hit. 2 walks and a hit batsman. Popped up shallow center field. And there the catch is made. 3 are stranded, 4 have been left on through 2.5. As we go to the bottom of the 3rd and to the bottom of the order for the Pelicans.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
First pitch, Hunter skates. Bottom of the third, scooped up at third. And Hawkins with the throw over to first will get skates on the 5-3 putout. One away, we're back to the top of the order. Hayes Ellis to the plate. Chet Durden moving to the on-deck circle. Ellis popped out behind the plate his prior plate appearance. Jet Durden awaiting his opportunity next. Got a new pitcher, and the new pitcher is Jordan Hawkins. Ellis with the swing and miss. Bottom of the third. Still not quite an hour in. About 45 minutes into the ball game. That one will get behind Ellis. What a day yesterday was. More than 400 baseball players signing in at Colin. And I'm not sure what the ratio of youngsters 16 and under as compared to those older than 16. The olders are at Colin and the youngers are here. Inside pitch to Ellis. But the younger age group comes here for their measurables. The older age group stayed there at Colin. As this one is lifted in the direction of center field. There's two gone with a fly out by Ellis. Jet Durden next. And as I mentioned to Daniel in the conversation, the game prior, Daniel Bowder, tournament director. And you keep growing. You got to figure out somewhere else to go or to add to. And we'll drop over the extended mid of Britton Wheeler going back, trying to run away from the field to make the over-the-shoulder catch and couldn't. Durden on with a single. That'll be the second base hit of the game for the Pelicans. And a base runner aboard with two gone. And two more hitters coming to the plate. This is Aiden Wilcox. Ethan Seals on deck. Popped up back this direction. And it will get into the stands and out of play. That's not too far from our home plate camera. Guys, be a little more careful with those foul off pitches. Okay, I know they don't know where they go, where they foul them off. Over to first at the right time. Durden taken off for second, but the throw is wide to second. He'll get the stolen base regardless. In scoring position at second. And Aiden Wilcox with an opportunity to drive in the Pelicans' first run and cut the lead in half. High with the pitch. And that one a little bit inside with the offering. Chopped over in the direction of third. Not a bad play by Hawkins on the short hop. Goes to first with the throw back over to third. Durden will get there. Wilcox is on with a single on the other side. Can't charge an E to Hawkins. Kind of played it on an odd hop, and able to keep it in front of him, go to first with the throw. Ethan Seals to the plate. Actually, this is Aiden Wilcox to the plate. And there's a dink. But apparently got the stick, and that means your hitter Wilcox will stay at the plate. Hit to center field there. The catch is made. Wilcox will fly out. And we're through 3, going to the 4th in a 2-zip game. Is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double, the single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the 4th, Weston Graves will start it. Will Kelly and Anthony MacArthur due up in the inning 2. Tyler Carney, the new pitcher for the Pelicans. And let me verify that because the numbers have gotten discombobulated. Nope, it is Landon Rushing. So Landon Rushing is the new pitcher. Facing Weston Graves, William Kelly, Anthony MacArthur, Bobby Lupola, and Britton Wheeler here in the top of the fourth. Outside with a pitch, and Graves is walked. Let's see how many base runners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ubo East has had 8 base runners without a base hit. 2 errors. 1, 2, 3, 4 walks. Got the underhand at second for the out there. Throw to first. And the double play is turned. 6-4-3 goes the DP, Kelly. Wrapping into the pitcher's best friend. And there's 2 gone. Anthony MacArthur coming to the plate. Bobby Lupola moving to the on-deck circle. It's a high pitch, eye high, and Anthony MacArthur thinking about the pitch, lays off the toss. 2 down, and MacArthur the 3 hitter of the 5 will come to the plate in the 4th. A little bit outside with the offering from Landon Rushing. That is dropped into left field, base hit, went after a toss. It was about to the eyes, but able to get on as MacArthur with a single. That'll become the first Ubo East base hit of the game. And Bobby Lupola coming to the plate. He struck out in the first. And catcher coming out to have a conversation with Landon Rushing and probably saying, hey man, there's not a whole lot you can do about that. There was a pitch outside of the strike zone. And he delivers with a base hit. Cohen Mosley is your catcher, is that one. Goes to the screen and allows the runner, MacArthur, to take second. Lower the pitch, off to third goes MacArthur. He'll get there safely, and he might have gotten tagged out. Boy, that was close. Cody Noel thought he might have put the tag on MacArthur after he rounded third and got off the bag. And it definitely was a close play over at third. Strike 3 and out goes LaPola. Three outs, one on. Fifth hitter in the inning, Britton Wheeler coming to the plate. Wheeler was hit by a pitch and scored a run in that 2-run second inning, and that second inning has seen the only runs played in the ballgame thus far. Over to right field, drops in as a base hit, 2 hits in the inning. And in to score is MacArthur. Wheeler with an RBI single to put an end to the inning. And the lead will go 3-zip as we head to the Pelican fourth.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Bottom of the fourth, Ethan Seals starting it off. I think I have gotten all the names and numbers corresponding correctly now. I think. We'll see. I am capable of discombobulating things after they've been combobulated. I'm assuming combobulated is a word, by the way. I've never heard it. I've always heard discombobulated. But I'm assuming if you can discombobulate something, you can combobulate it. So hopefully I have combobulated names with numbers. Ethan Seals starting it off. Here in the bottom of the fourth in a 3-zip ball game. Got another final from Colin. They're playing 4-inning games there. Ubo East 18 and 8-5 winner over Sports U18. And they're getting ready to play their last game of the day. Early. I mean, we're still, what, an hour 8 away from scheduled start time for the 6 p.m. game. Ethan Seals hit by a pitch in the first. Cody Noel moving to the on-deck circle. That is muscled foul by Seals. Fifth inning has Johnson, Kelly Pope, Carvajal, and Hawkins all coming to the plate for Ubo East. A little bit outside with the pitch. Well, wait a minute. A delayed call from Daniel Ballard. He said that was into the strike zone, and the count runs full. Had to think about it a minute. Our umpire is behind the mound. He's an unofficial official. When you get to the regular season part of the showcase, which will begin next week in Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida. Bay Minette, Pineville, and Santa Rosa Beach. You'll have your official officials. Another one fouled away by Seals. Seals the first of 5 hitters here in the bottom of the fourth, and that hit the bat that was coming off the shoulder of Ethan Seals. He thought it was going to be a walk. It would have been, except when he dropped the bat off the shoulder to probably begin that walk down to first. Bat got ball, and it is fouled away. Another payoff pitch. And is dropped in front of short. The scoop, the throw, and the out at first. Daniel Pope playing short now gets Seals on the 6-3. And there is one away with Cody Noel coming to the plate. Landon rushing to the on-deck circle. One out, bottom of the fourth. Very informal setting. We're the only ones keeping score. I don't even think they're keeping score in the dugouts. Might have a mama or two keeping score over underneath the tents or underneath the camper. I'd say the folks who've got it made here, I saw this yesterday. They've got the Winnebago. Got the awning pulled off the Winnebago. Got the generator on in the Winnebago. Got the TV on the big screen. Watching a little MLB. Or maybe just some college baseball. And then if it gets a little warm, you go inside the Winnebago and you cool down. Open the fridge. Get an ice cold beverage and you're good to go. That's living the life. Fouled back by Cody Noel, who walked in the first. Back to the plate here in the fourth. And it's not uncommon, by the way, when you go to some of these showcase series games, these weekends, that somebody brings the RV. Noel giving the walk. That'll be his second free pass to first. Base runner on for Landon Rushing. Nice stop at the mound. Ethan Carvajal going to second. He'll get the lead runner. So it is a 1-4 put out that gets Noel rushing at first. 2 gone, and the 4th hitter in the inning, Tyler Carney, coming to the plate. Oh, by the way, thank you very much to us all on YouTube. You know, I was discombobulating, and there's all kinds of excuses I could come up with. None of them very good. Numbers and names. As that is thrown away, hopping up is Rushing, and he'll take off for second. So the E1 getting the base runner into scoring position. But the post was included the, hey, that's not so-and-so at, you know, whatever bag, and then a smiley face. Well, that was very kind. Thank you very much. I am used to the correction and the frowny face. Into right field, base hit for Carney. And Rushing says, heck, why stop at third? He heads on, scores, Pelicans on the board. And the throw to the plate rattles around and gives Carney an opportunity to get to third. Fifth hitter in the inning coming to the plate. And it's Cohen Mosley. Mosley with a single in the second and stole a base. Oops, did I not hit the camera? Did I mention these buttons? I mean, it's the same basic concept, but they're different buttons. And that's all it takes to throw folks like me off. So if I did not switch cameras that got Carney to third, my apologies. Cohen Mosley singled and stole a base in the second. That'll go to the screen. Here comes Carney. He'll score. It's a 1-run game. That missed camera switching will probably get me one of those frowny faced emojis. Cohen Mosley coming to the plate after the wild pitch that brings in Carney. And yeah, I noticed that strap popped off on the shin guard. Actually, a good thing that he did not swing or put the ball in play. Might have got him tripped up. Base hit into right center field. Mosley. A single to end the 5 plate appearances in the bottom of the 4th. 2 runs are in. It's a 1-run ball game. We head to the 5th. Johnson, Kelly, Pope, Carvajal, and Hawkins coming up for East.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the fifth, Caleb Johnson starts it. Colin Kelly, Daniel Pope, Ethan Carbajal, Jordan Hawkins, all due up in the inning. Fourth game of the day here at Southwest Community College, Southwest Mississippi Community College, Summit, Mississippi, just out of Macomb. Isn't Macomb the birth spot for Britney Spears, or am I wrong about that? I know originally from like the Louisiana area, but it seems like Macomb might have been the birthplace. Let's see. Britney Spears. Yep, born in Macomb, Mississippi. 1981. So that was just a hop, skip, and a jump down the road. Fouled back by Caleb Johnson. I know only I can bring Brittany into baseball. Baseball's kind of a slow game. You know, there's a lot of time between pitches and hits and activity on the diamond. Outside with the offering, so we can talk. I don't know many Britney Spears songs, by the way. I just, you know, hear bits and pieces about her life. I'm trying to think of the songs that I can remember. Was there one called Circus or something like that? High pitch. Johnson given a walk. He'll go down to first. And by the way, the later in the day, the longer I'm underneath the tent, the more baseball, which right now is 8 hours, the more delusional I get. And there's no telling what we'll talk about in the last game of the day. Daniel Pope will follow Colin Kelly. Sends it back to the screen. Kelly reached on an error, scored a run in the second inning. Part of that two-run second. Pelicans right back into the game with the two-run bottom of the fourth. Another one hit right here in front of our broadcast tent. Yeah, we're the folks, the only folks behind the backstop I haven't mentioned in this broadcast. But Southwest Mississippi undergoing renovations. So there is no press box. And as a matter of fact, there's no power behind home plate. Got to go over to the dugout to get some juice. Outside with a pitch to Kelly. A lot of places undergoing renovations. We worked at Troy University, I think it was last year or the year before, when they were renovating the stadium. And actually, for a showcase with the ALA-BCA, had to call the game from behind the center field fence. Speaking of center field, catch made and Kelly will fly out. Throw to first, able to get back safely is Johnson. One aboard and one away. Daniel Pope to the plate. Ethan Carbajal to the on-deck circle. Well, let's see what's happening in the majors. Got several finals. Tigers outlasted the Blue Jays 14-11. As that is popped up right side. Pope with the fly out. 2 gone, 3 hitters, 2 more to go. Reds beat the Dodgers 4-1. Braves over the Pirates 8-1. Red Sox nipped the Brewers 2-1. Mariners mashed the Nationals 9-5. Rays ripped the Royals 4-1. Mets mesmerized the Giants 4-3. Rangers ripped the Twins 6-2. Rockies roll the Phillies 5-2. And in progress, top of the ninth, Orioles 3-1 over the White Sox. Guardians with a 5-2 lead, top of the eighth over the Angels. Johnson, the second on the pitch that got away from the catcher. Winds up rolling out towards the pitcher. Astros 5-1 over the A's, bottom of the 8th. Marlins lead the Diamondbacks 3-0, top of the 8th, bottom of the 6th. Padres with a 3-1 lead over the Yankees. And the ESPN game of the week is about 50 minutes from first pitch. And that's the Cubs and the Cards. Carvajal reached on an error in the second. College baseball, Tennessee's got a 4-1 lead over LSU in the top of the 8th. As Johnson will go to third on the pitch that's in the dirt. Ubo East trying to rebuild that lead after it was trimmed to 1. Let's see if there's any other baseball you might be interested in. Duke over Florida State, 16-4. Wofford beat Sanford 9-2 in the SoCon tourney. That'll go to the screen. In from third comes Johnson. And the Ubo East will build the lead back to 2. Since Jackson State is just up the road, Grambling in the SWAC, beating the Tigers 6-5. And I think that may have it covered as far as games that you might find interesting. Carvajal strikes out and reaches for the neck. I don't know if he strained anything or was simultaneously bitten by a mosquito. 3 away, 1 hitter to go, Jordan Hawkins. Aiden Wilcox, the new Pelican pitcher. Hawkins with a walk in the third. Into the dirt outside with the offering. Two and 1 the count on Hawkins. Hawkins with a walk in the third inning. Back to the plate here in the 5th. In a game that looks like it could find the 6th. Our longest game of the day went 5.5. This one might have a shot at a full 6. We are right at 90 to 95 minutes into the game, with an allotment of 110 minutes. Couple of strikes on Hawkins. Bottom of the inning, Hartley, Cryer, and last trip through the rotation, which kind of discombobulated my scorebook, they threw in another hitter. We'll see if that happens in this one. Out will go Hawkins. 1 runner's in, the lead goes to 2. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Pelicans down by a pair. Just about all white. Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Craps got it. Long throw over, and he got it. We get the bottom of the fifth underway. It is Braxton Hartley that I think was supposed to come to the plate. And let's see if that's who indeed we have at the plate. It is Braxton Hartley. I think I may see our trouble spot where the last trip through the rotation discombobulated things. The gentleman on deck wearing 6, and I am looking at the lineup card, and there is no number 6 on the lineup card. So he will become our mystery man before we get to Hunter Skates. And then back to the top of the order. The new pitcher is Keelan Beasley. That'll be a base hit. Infield Hartley single. Well, I'm wondering, is this... Nope, there's Philip Cryer in the dugout. That is Skates on deck. The roster has 2 number 9s. So one of the number 9s is a 6, and I'm going to assume that is Philip Cryer. Over to first goes the throw. Safely back goes Hartley. And that Hayes Ellis is the legitimate number 9. So, hey, when you get 400 guys signing up, you're going to make a mistake along the way. So, Gulf Coast Pelicans with 2 number 9s when one indeed is a 6, and we think it is Philip Cryer. Hunter Skates is on deck. Couple of strikes to Cryer. Well, the question becomes, do we go to the 6th? And if we go to the top of the 6th with Ubo East leading it, there's the out of the lead runner on the 5-4, did not get the 3. One away with Cryer, your runner at first, and Hunter Skates coming to the plate. Skates popped out to center field his last plate appearance. Top of the order, Hayes Ellis moving to the on-deck circle. That is popped up on the infield. Camped out underneath to make the catch. Let's see who is now playing first. That is Colin Kelly. And Skates will fly out for out number 2. I figured out finally what is the mental issue with the cameras. Good time to throw over because Cryer was taken off. He'll get in safely, though, with a stolen base to second. In the past, it's been 2 buttons. One camera for one, another camera for the other. Now it is like a toggle. One button controlling both, and you're toggling back and forth. So it's got me discombobulated on a couple of occasions. But hey, I'll get into the groove. On the outside part of the plate to Ellis, couple of strikes. Jeff Durden moving to the on-deck circle. So the question becomes, as we get near the end of the bottom of the 5th, do you go to the 6th? As this is ground over to first, picked up by Kelly, goes to the bag, gets the out there. Ellis will ground out to third, goes Cryer. And I am throwing in the variable as to which team has the lead. But in scrimmage play, that might not be a relevant issue. Durden has struck out and singled. 1 for 2 in the game. But right now we are looking at, I don't know, maybe you've got right at 10 minutes in the time limit. So do you have time to get all of the 6th in? Because if you go to the 6th and give the team with a lead an opportunity to hit, you feel like you've almost got to give the team with a deficit a chance. Cryer will score from third on the wild pitch to Durden and turn it back into a 1-run game. And the other question becomes, of course, the guy coming to the plate, Beasley. He has been the pitcher. So do you go to the 6th? We're looking. We're checking. Daniel's talking. Players are looking. Got a pitcher coming out of the bullpen. And I'm not sure yet whether we are going to the top of the 6th. Apparently we are. Looks like you got guys taken to the field and you got a new pitcher coming to the mound in the form of Hunter Skates. So at least Skates will get a few reps before we wrap up this game and head to the last.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We get the top of the sixth underway, bottom of the order. It is Keelan Beasley who will start it. Landon Attaway and Logan Coffey. Nathan Deaton and Weston Graves due up in the inning, too. And the question becomes, too, do we go to the bottom part of the inning when we are in the neighborhood of an hour 50? That is against the screen and out of play. With one more game to go, and the Blue Jays are here. A little bit outside with the offering. And let's see, that nightcap has the Blue Jays taking on the Stars. Another pitch outside. Hunter skates. The new pitcher. So the Blue Jays and the Stars, your last game of the day here from Southwest Mississippi. The Gulf Coast Pelicans scout of the Ubo Central is probably already in progress at Colin. Their fourth game of the day wrapped up pretty early, about 30 some odd minutes ago, and they've got an artificial turf. So there's not a lot of field prep there. One out for Landon Attaway. Logan Coffey to the on-deck circle. And hit by the pitch is Attaway. So a base runner aboard, Logan Coffey coming to the plate. Top of the order, Nathan Deaton to the on-deck circle. We may not go to the bottom of the sixth because every Pelican has had 2 trips to the plate. And for Coffey, this is just his second plate appearance. Fouled away by Coffey. Top of the order, Nathan Deaton on deck, and the hole is Weston Graves. No game today has gone into the bottom of the sixth. Swing and a miss. Down to second with a stolen base is Attaway. And you might have heard Daniel Ballard talk about the fact that Hunter Skates, the pitcher, on the hill for the Pelicans, is a Seahawk, a South Walton Seahawk, and they are trying to turn him into a pitcher. Hoping that over the course of the summer, Hunter Skates will become a reliable Seahawk pitcher. Popped up, and again, it will get out of play. Well, by now, everybody that's here has played at least a game today. And for some, this will be their second, as this one will get out of play too. Tomorrow, a handful of games. As I mentioned, we will not be here for tomorrow's coverage, either here at Southwest Mississippi or at Copiah Lincoln. We wrap up our coverage today into the house and get back to United Baseball, specifically Showcase Series Baseball, as there is a Coffey shot down the line that's got Attaway coming in to score. Coffey will wind up at second with a double. And we are back to the top of the order. Well, the game earlier today in which we only played 5.5, the team batting in the bottom part of the inning had the lead. So thus my question mark where this game is concerned, the team who will be batting in the bottom part of this inning will not have the lead as the wild pitch gets Coffey to third. So do we go to the bottom part of the inning? Nathan Deaton, the fourth hitter in the inning. He is ground out and popped out 0 for 2 in the game. Found back to the screen. Weston Graves on deck. Well, he had a near travesty here. My Stanley Cup of Diet Coke tipped over. And my cold beverage, some of it poured out on the concrete. I know we don't cry over spilled milk, but I'm thinking on a hot day like today, we can cry over spilled Coke. especially with a game to go, and the remaining prorated portion of the drink is to cover the last game of the day. That is popped up. And catch made over at third. Deaton is out, number 2. Well, I'm thinking the length of the top part of the 6th may prohibit us from going to the bottom part of the inning. We're already pushing past a 6 p.m. first pitch between the Blue Jays and the Stars. Into the dirt with a pitch to Graves. Graves with a couple of walks. 1 in the first, 1 in the 4th. Over the head of Graves. Graves with a walk in the first, walked in the 4th, looking for a walk in the 6th. He is the 5th hitter in the inning. And the count goes to 2-1. I don't know that that's an accurate count. It may be just an opportunity to get Hunter Skate some reps. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Get fouled out of play. And I think primarily the 6th has been an opportunity to get Skate some reps. He was in the bullpen getting a workout. This one popped up over in the direction of third, foul territory. It'll drop, though, and the at-bat will continue for Graves. And Ubo East may not have the same needs. They need to get some reps for a pitcher. Then a shot over towards left field. That will drop in as a base hit for Graves. In to score comes Coffey. On his way to third is Graves. The scoop, the throw. And the runner is, I'm going to say safe at third, but doesn't matter. And I think that's going to be your ball game. Yep. Not going to go to the bottom part of the 6th. And we can put the finishing touches on this one. The 6th inning featuring a single hit and no errors, so it doesn't take us long to get the info you need on the break board. Pelicans will wind up with more hits, but less runs. 6 hits, 2 errors, 3 runs. They will strand 5. Got a couple of runs in the 4th and a run in the 5th. Ubo East. 4 runs, less hits, 3 hits, 6 runs, 1 error. They will strand 5 as well. They got a couple of runs in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th and 5th, and 2 runs plated in the 6th. And there is your final. With a single game to go. Stars and Blue Jays, somewhere around 6 p.m. We'll keep the cameras up, turn the audio down, at least on this mic. Crowd mic will stay live. And we'll get ready for the final game of the day in approximately 25 minutes.
head back to the beach.
Oh, man, you can't hang around longer?
I need some rest.
Well, hey, we'll catch you next time then. Take care.
Yes, sir.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It is time to get the last game of the day underway, and it is getting underway right about on schedule. Slated for a 6 p.m. first pitch, and officially it is 6:02. Declan Albro starting things off as the Blue Jays 16 take on the Stars 16. Do not have lineups, so as the players come to the plate, I'll look at the roster, put a number with a name, and tell you who is at the plate. Eventually, I kind of get a feel for who is in the field as well. Declan Albro beginning it, Dominic Mouton moving to the on-deck circle as we get your final game of the day underway. Final game of the day at Colin is in the third inning. Albro given a walk, and it will be an adventure, too, to know whether it is 3 outs or 5 at-bats that we'll have. First game and the last game had 5 go to the plate in the top and bottom part of the inning. In game 2 and 3, you had 3 outs, pretty much your standard baseball, determining when we would head from one part of the inning to the next. So we shall see. High inside pitch to Mouton with Albro, the base runner, in first. Here in the top part of the inning, wind has finally begun to die down a little bit. It has been brisk today, up to 25 miles an hour. Throw high, the slide is low. Albro in with the steal. And a base runner in scoring position. That'll get into the dirt. Throw down third. It will hop away from your third baseman, but staying put at third is Albro. Mouton given a walk. And he will go down to first. So back-to-back walks, couple of base runners aboard. They are on the corners. High and away with a pitch to, well, I do not have a 28 on the Blue Jays roster. So I cannot tell you who is at the plate at the moment. Nor can I tell you who's moved to the on-deck circle. Tell you the numbers, not the names. Don't have a name to match with a 28 or 24. Nicholas Singleton is in the hole. Running is Mouton. No throw with the base runner at third. Albro will stay put there. And by now you recognize, if you've been watching games earlier today, the difference officiating-wise. Your umpire is behind the mound. Into the strike zone, and out will go our mystery player, number 28. Couple of base runners aboard as another mystery comes to the plate. 24, and our apologies, but the roster provided does not have a name for the 2. I guess it is possible. Let me see if there are other Blue Jay teams. I'm sure there's an older version, but the older version doesn't come down to play for the younger. The younger goes up to play for the older. But I'm seeing if there's another Blue Jay roster of youngsters. And Nick Singleton, if you only knew how many times I've done that today, the construction here is leaving screws stuck up, and I've tripped over them too. 28-24, Nick, do you know? The question is who 28-24 is for the Blue Jays. I'm looking at the roster, and neither is on the roster provided. As Nicholas Singleton, by the way, comes to the plate. Any kin to Nick Singleton?
Has to be a good player.
Oh, he's got to be. Just name-based or kin-based? All loaded up here in the top part of the first. Inside with the pitch to Nicholas Singleton. Or actually, it is Nicholas Singleton who is on deck as we speak. And we've got another gentleman, I don't know, number 9, who's at the plate. Singleton is on deck. So 28-24 and 9. You need me to write that down for you? Yes. 28-20. Lord have mercy, I can't even read my handwriting. 28-24 and 9. Those are the 3 I currently don't know. Just got a handheld mic. We can use it.
I was gonna get my guy from the Dominican, maybe to come over here and talk about the players.
Whatever you want to do, be fine. Nick Singleton talking about getting a gentleman from the Dominican Republic over as you got a walk given to another one of our mystery players, that of course being number 9. This is Nicholas Singleton, so we're back to the guys, at least for the moment, for which I have names and numbers. And hit by the pitch to Singleton. That will bring in another run. Albro scores. Mouton does the same. Turns it into a 2-zip game. Still with the bases loaded. Apparently we are not going the route of 5 hitters. We are going the route of 3 outs to move us from one inning to the next. So a walk with the bases loaded, bringing in a run. A hit batsman with the bases loaded, bringing in another run. And Micah Rimitic coming to the plate. But that new hitter will come to the plate facing a new pitcher. So we get a pitching change, 6 at-bats into the first. Bases loaded, 2-zip ball game. And the 2 runs in for the Blue Jays have happened without a base hit. You've had 1, 2, 3 walks, 4 walks, and a hit batsman. So Michael Rimitich coming to the plate. Moving to the on-deck circle for the Blue Jays is Robert Franklin. The ball game will go an hour 50 or thereabouts, as that one is bunted foul by Rimitich. A couple of games today, as I mentioned, had the 5 plate appearances in the top and the bottom part of the inning. Then you had a couple of games where it was 3 outs before you move on. We are doing that 3 outs before you move on in this one. Another one sent foul, 2-strike count on Rimitich. Robert Franklin is on deck. Swing and a miss, and out goes Rimitich. That is out number 2. All right, names Carson Crochet, wearing number 28. I do not speak Louisiana. I can't even speak English, much less Cajun. That is Gage Grant, who is wearing 24, and Micah Porsche, or Porsche. All right, we're going with Micah Porsche, wearing number 9. So there you go. Robert Franklin at the plate. It is Porsche. It is so rare that I'm right. Let me revel in the moment. Foul away by Franklin. Moving to the on-deck circle. Yet another player I do not have a name for. We might have to get Nick to go back to work. As you got a strikeout of Franklin, leaving the bases loaded, but 2 runs come in. And the Blue Jays take a 2-zip lead into the bottom of the first.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
JockJive.com. It's streaming. There's another link. If there's a menu to the right corner, and it should have a Southwest. First pitch in the bottom part of the first inning. And it's Owen Bailey who wraps it over to first. And there is one away. And again, we will look at the roster, try to match names with numbers, and tell you who is coming to the plate. And of course, in this particular case, it looks like you may have a gentleman who does not have a number on the back of his jersey, as that one is sent foul and out of play, which obviously becomes a little problematic. Moving to the on-deck circle, that is Houston Miley. When you get a little late in the tournament, sometimes you have got players that have to leave for one reason or the other, and you pull players from another team. That may or may not be the situation where this is concerned, but we'll try to find out who it is that is batting in the 2 spot for the Stars. 16 with one away here in the bottom part of the first after a couple of runs played in the top part of the inning. A little bit inside with the offering. Good to have you watching wherever you are watching the game from. It's been a busy day of baseball. 9 hours and 15 minutes of baseball. As that is poked into center field, base hit. Love to be able to tell you who is aboard with a single, but at the moment don't know, but do know he is on. So a runner aboard for Stars 16 as Houston Miley makes his way to the plate. And got another gentleman with no name on the jersey moving to the on-deck circle. Over to first goes the throw, runner back safely. And where the Blue Jays are concerned, I've looked at the names, and there's been a swap in numbers. So the name's on the roster for the Blue Jays, but just not the numbers, as this one is popped up in the direction of center field. Miley will fly out. And there's 2 gone. Base runner aboard for another of the gentlemen with no name on the jersey. Or no number on the jersey either. Got a base runner aboard. The pitch and is popped up on the infield. It is dropped and the runners are safe. And that will be charged as an E. Couple of base runners aboard at first and second with 2 gone. And that, by the way, an unofficial E. Nobody keeping score except me. So I guess unofficially I'm official or vice versa. But I am charging that as an error. A base runner aboard at first and second. Do have a name to match with number 5. That is Evan Doze. A little bit inside with the pitch. And another jersey with no numbers moving to the on-deck circle. Here in the bottom part of the first with a couple of base runners on and 2 gone. Strike delivered on the inside part of the plate. And again, as I mentioned, you get to the latter stages of the day, or in this particular case, the tournament. Some of the players have to leave. You pull players from other teams. You find jerseys that kind of match. That'll go to the screen, and runners will move up 90 feet. And then, of course, the other issue where Star 16 are concerned, the Louisiana names. I'm not real good with English, period. Cajun and Louisiana throws me. And I think D-A-U-Z-E-T, until Mama comes over and says otherwise, is Dawes. Inside with a pitch. Count even at 2. Fifth hitter in the inning, 2 gone, 2 aboard in a 2-zip ball game. And that's a high pitch to Dawes. He will take a trip down to first. It's loaded. Star 16 with an opportunity in the bottom of the first to respond to the couple of runs that were played in the top part of the inning. And another of our Star 16 players with no number on jerseys to the plate. And the same is true to the on-deck hitter. And again, my apologies, but we are at the mercy of the provided roster. Bases loaded. Bottom part of the first. Blue Jays with the 2-zip lead. Albro and Mouton came in and scored. 3 were left aboard in the top part of the inning. You've got 3 aboard in the bottom part. And that one is socked foul. All loaded up, bottom part of the first. Last game of the day. Got a 6:02 start. So we are 23 minutes into the ball game with an hour 50 time limit. Two-one pitch. And that will go to the screen. In from third comes the first of the 3 that were aboard for the Stars. Meanwhile, you've got a runner in third and Dawes at second. So the wild pitch brings in the run that cuts the lead in half. And there was a swing and miss. Out number 3, couple of base runners stranded, 1 run in. It's a 2-1 ball game as we head to the second. We get the top of the second underway in a 2-1 ball game. Couple of runs played in the top part for the Blue Jays, one in the bottom part for the Stars. As we move to the top of the second. And again, I'll issue multiple apologies, but there's lots of numbers that I do not have a number for a name by. There's no 22 on the Blue Jays roster, and the Stars with a number of players that are not wearing numbers. So in a position, we'll just have to make do with what we got. Do have players here, by the way, from the Dominican Republic, about 5 or 6 flown into play, and I believe a handful of that 5 or 6 going to stay the summer and play UBO baseball. Another area that United Baseball is kind of eeping its way into in the Dominican Republic. And I know there's the desire one day, as you got to strike out of the leadoff hitter in the second, of maybe bringing some United Baseball, some Showcase Series events to the Dominican Republic. No name for a number 4 on the Blue Jays roster either. As Ethan Wade, check that. Don't have a number 10 either, who is moving to the on-deck circle. So I think really the roster has got names but doesn't have corresponding numbers. So I'm sure all these gentlemen, 22, 4, 10, who are coming to the plate are on the roster but with the wrong number listed. Outside with a pitch, 1 away. Here in the top part of the second. A little bit outside with the offering, and the walk is given. A base runner aboard with 1 away. And Declan Albro is moving to the on-deck circle. Over to first with the throw. Runner back safely here in the top part of the second. You've got the 7, 8, and 9 hitters coming to the plate for Stars in the bottom part of the inning. Outside with the offering. One away, base runner aboard, top part of inning number 2 in a 2-1 game, last game of the day here at Southwest Mississippi. It's the younger of the United Baseball Organization players at Cole Lynn. You've got the elder statesman playing. And this is the last game of the day. There have been multiple occasions, though, as that is wrapped into left field. That'll be the first base hit of the ball game for the Blue Jays. Sends us back to the top of the order. And Declan Albro coming to the plate. Outside with a pitch. Albro walked and scored a run in the first. Came in on the bases loaded walk of Micah Porsche. I think your Stars 16 pitcher is Brady Huser. As that pitch will find the strike zone. Or Husser, Husser, listed on the roster as a utility player and pitcher. Fouled off over towards Nick Singleton, who is seated out in front of the dugout at first. But when he heard the crack of the bat, was paying attention. Able to shield he and nearby friends from harm. Throw winds up in left field on the strikeout of Albro, coming home to score. That is one of our mystery guys, donning number 4. Two gone with a strikeout of Albro. Dominique Mouton coming to the plate to third. There's another one of our players that we don't have a name for, donning 10. As it becomes a 3-1 game in the top of the second. Upstairs with a pitch to Mouton. Mouton with a walk and a run scored in the first. He came in with the bases loaded, and Nicholas Singleton hit by a pitch. Little high with a Husser offering. High and away with a pitch. And that's a low inside offering. Free pass given to Mouton. He will head down to first. Carson Crochet coming to the plate. Crochet struck out on the first, to the plate in the second, with a couple of base runners on. 3 were left on by the Blue Jays in the first. Got a pair of runners aboard in the second. That one is shot foul over towards the dugout at third. Gage Grant is on deck. Low and away with the offering, and the count goes even, 1 apiece. If you missed the event at Ray Auditorium on the campus of Copiah Lincoln last night at 6:30, great motivational type speech from Nick Singleton and James Gamble. Into some insight into the origin of United Baseball, how it works, and how it gets these players looks at the collegiate level when they reach that age group. Couple of strikes on Crochet. Hit to short, throw to second, gets the out there. And Crochet will wrap into the 6-4 that gets Mouton for out number 3. 2 runners are stranded, 1 runner scores. It's a 3-1 ball game. Blue Jays headed to the Stars second. Got a base runner aboard. Compliments of the hit batsman as we get the bottom part of the second underway. I have been out and about trying to find out who some of these players are, and I think I have met with some success. Xander Henry at the plate. And it is JockJive Christie that moves to the on-deck circle. It is Vasquez, as in Richard Vasquez, who is hit by the pitch and now at second, and he will take off to third. And the mystery guys for the Blue Jays, I may have an answer too. I've at least got first names. And I think we're going to be able to tie them in with last names. And maybe good to go for the rest of the contest. Henry with a base runner at third, nobody gone. Bottom part of the second in a game that is about 40 minutes old. There is the walk given to Henry. And Henry will go to first. JockJive Christie coming to the plate. Jacob Rogers moving to the on-deck circle. That is a fair ball inside the chalk, down towards left field. In the score is Vasquez. And JockJive Christie with a shot that moves Henry to third, a double, and it brings in a run. Makes it a one-run game again, 3-2. Jacob Rogers coming to the plate. Rogers with a couple of base runners aboard here in the bottom part of the second. Nobody gone, a run in, tying run at third, and the go-ahead run at second. A little bit inside with the offering to Rogers. And it is Ethan Wade who has moved to the on-deck circle. A little bit inside with the pitch to Jacob Rogers. Couple of base runners aboard here in the bottom part of the second. When you get to the third, it'll be Grant, Porsche, and Singleton. 4, 5, and 6 in the order for the Blue Jays. Longest game today, we've had 2 of them go 5.5. High with the offering, a walk given to Rogers. And he will go down to first to load it up for the Stars. And bring Ethan Wade to the plate. Top of the order, Owen Bailey moving to the on-deck circle. A little high with the offering to Wade. Wade, the 11 hitter. Batting here in the bottom part of inning number 2. Dallas Renzi is at Copiah Lincoln today, about to wrap up his day of baseball. He'll pack up the gear and head to the house. I think the next time we see Dallas will be maybe the end of June at the University of West Florida. As this one is popped up, Grant calling for it at first. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Ethan Wade with a fly out. One out, back to the top of the order. Owen Bailey to the plate. Bailey ground out to first in the first. I think it is Daniel Sid who is moving to the on-deck circle. Again, in my mid-inning research. And it's popped up by Bailey. It'll come back to the screen, given a look as Crochet. It will drop inside this construction work area. From third, here comes Henry, and he will score to tie the game at 3. Christie moves to third. To second goes Rogers. And it's a 3-apiece game with one away. In the bottom part of the second, Bailey 0 for 1 in the ball game. Awaiting the pitch, and that will go to the screen too and get another run in from third. Comes Christie, and Stars has their first lead. Rogers will go to third, and now 90 feet away from Bailey. So it's been an active at-bat for Bailey, yet he hasn't put the ball in play. 2 runs are plated on a couple of wild pitches. That is outside. Walk given to Bailey, and Daniel Sid coming to the plate. Sid may be one of the 6 from the Dominican Republic. Had a base hit and scored a run in the first. Coach coming out to have a conversation with his pitcher. As there have now been a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hitters come to the plate and 1 out. And it looks like we are going to get a pitching change. Zach Johnson about to step up onto the bump when we return to Summit.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
Micah Porsche wrapping up his time on the bump. He will spend a little better than an inning and a third, and face a total of 13. Giving up a total of 4 runs and leaves a couple of base runners on. Hands it over to Zach Johnson. Johnson facing, I believe this is Daniel Sid. He'll ground it to short. Run coming in from third is Rogers. He will score. Bailey will go to second. And was Sid able to beat out the throw? And the answer is yes, gets on at first. Houston Miley coming to the plate. Turns it into a 5-3 ball game. Miley popped out to center field in the first. Oliver Lopez moving to the on-deck circle. So our names of gentlemen without numbers on their jerseys. Daniel Sid, the 2-hitter for the Stars. Oliver Lopez batting 4th. Wilmer Polano 6th. And Richard Vasquez hitting 7th. Into the dirt with a pitch. Bailey will take off the third. He'll get there safely. And Tyler Arcano did a little gymnastics move in making sure that ball didn't wind up in left field. Runners at first and third. Driven over to first and is dropped by Grant. We'll touch the bag and get the out there. And then you got the double play with the tag out of Sid. Now to the run count, though. It came before the tag out of Sid. So unofficially, I'm putting the Bailey run across the plate. Turns it into a 6-3 ball game as we head to the third.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the third gets underway. Gage Grant to start it. Micah Porsche and Nicholas Singleton due up in the inning 2. A 5-run bottom of the second turns it into a 6-3 Star 16 lead. Did not have the lead going into the bottom part of the second. Take the lead into the top of the third. Gage with a walk. Got stranded at third in the first. Micah Porsche is on deck. The new pitcher, Jacob Rogers, for Star 16. A little bit outside with the pitch. Lopez, Noze, and Polano all slated to come to the plate when you get the bottom of the third underway. Blue Jays, though, in no mood to move on to the bottom part of the inning. Want to spend some in the top part. Count runs full on Grant. I checked in on Colin. They are in the 6th inning with a high pitch. And Grant given a walk in their last game of the day. We're about halfway to that in the top part of the third in our final game of the day. Hey, don't forget, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We appreciate very much those who already have. Picked up some Facebook friends. We always like to make friends. Some followers on Twitter today as well. Thank you very much for that. And if you're looking for scores from everything that we do, it's all on Threads. That's where we post all our scores. So if you would follow us on Threads, you can get updated on everything that we're doing. Grant in safely with a stolen base at second. And Michael Porsche with an opportunity to pick up an RBI and trim one off that Star 16 lead. That's dropped into left field, base hit for Porsche. And Grant's given the green light to head on to the house. He will score RBI. Porsche single, his second RBI of the game. Picked up an RBI with a bases loaded walk in the first. And an RBI with a single here in the third. Turns it into a 6-4 game. Nicholas Singleton to the plate. He was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. Upstairs with the offering to Singleton. Micah Rimitich to the on-deck circle. And we've got time, a runner coming in for Porsche. And that is Grant. Grant has already scored a run, walked and scored. As a matter of fact, he was driven in by Porsche. And now Grant will run for Porsche at first. Grant tagged out in second. Patted the chest to say, my bad on the caught stealing running for Porsche. And there is one away for Nicholas Singleton. Singleton, as I mentioned, got hit by that pitch. That has popped up to the right side. And over near the bullpen it goes. Turns into a long strike on Singleton. One away, one in. Nobody aboard. We're in the top part of the third. We are squarely on an hour one into the game. 49 minutes left in our 1 hour and 50-minute time limit. High pitch to Singleton. might not get the game in without the lights coming on. Popped up. Foul over in front of the dugout at third. Wind has died down. Boy, it's been brisk all day long. Currently 9 out of the south-southwest, gusting to 20, but it's been gusting to 22, 23, and 25 for the better part of the day. Outside with the Rogers pitch, and that will send Singleton to first with a walk. Let's see, the sun parts ways at 7:58. We might be done. May not need the lights. Micah Remitic struck out in the first. Wild toss will get Singleton into scoring position. Tying run at the plate here in the top part of the third. Low and away with a pitch from Rogers. But I mentioned threads to follow us to get all the scores from today and scores from everything that we do. But you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Caught stealing at third is Singleton. And that is 2 runners caught stealing. I believe that his jock has Christie behind the plate. Chest protector is blocking the number on the back, but it looks like a 6. Could be wrong, but whatever number and whatever name. You got a catcher who's thrown out a couple of runners in a single inning. It's been a pretty good inning for the Stars catcher. Two gone for Micah Remitic. You know, one location I miss in these multiple promos telling where we're going to be streaming games for United Baseball in the Showcase Series. Northwestern State in Natchitoches, Louisiana. We will be there, I think, in a couple of weeks. Inside with a pitch to Robert Franklin. In the fame of Northwestern State and Natchitoches, that is where Jim Croce played his last concert. And I know most of our Blue Jays 16 players and maybe even parents are like, Jim Croce, that sounds familiar. Over the head of Franklin. Time in the bottle. Bad Leroy Brown. Operator. None of those songs rings a bell. You are very young. Well, maybe you're not so young. Wasn't he killed in a 74 plane crash? His son, A.J. Croce, went on one of those wild goose chases. Sounds a lot like him. 6-4 goes to put out. Franklin wrapping into the out that gets Remitic. Officially Franklin left on. Grant scores. Lead trimmed by 1 as we head to the bottom of the third.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad. But but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with a desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
We head to the bottom of the third. It is Oliver Lopez who will start it off. Evan Dose and Wilbur Polano due up in the inning two. That is over to third and might have got the wrist of your third baseman. E5 has got Lopez on. Well, he's got a smile on his face, so if he hit the wrist, it's not hurting. Or if it hurts, it doesn't hurt bad. Base runner aboard here in the bottom part of the third. Jose with a walk in the first. Wilbur Polano moving to the on-deck circle outside with the pitch. Zach Johnson, who came into the ballgame in the second, finished it out with the Houston Miley at-bat. Now working the bottom of the third with a base runner on and nobody gone. Down to first with the throw. Safely back goes Lopez. And if you are keeping track of time, we are 1 hour and roughly 10 minutes in. Meaning still about 40 minutes of baseball left today here in Summit. Wilmer Polano's on deck, Arcado, Bro, and Johnson. When you get to the top of the fourth for the Blue Jays. Popped up and out of play. And by the way, that is not Dulce any longer at the plate. Let's see if we have a number 5 on the Stars. Right, it is. Just got the wrong number written down by the name. It is Dulce. And of course, Mama Dulce might be saying, who? D-A-U-Z-E-T does not spell Dulce. Lopez bouncing around over at first. Zach Johnson delivering high and away. Throw down to first, and Lopez back safely. Night beginning to fall here in Summit. And as I mentioned, the winds have calmed noticeably. Moonrise at 11:25 in the event you are interested. As you got to welcome Dulce and a couple of base runners aboard for Wilbur Polano. .61% humidity. Temperatures about 4 degrees above what they normally are this time of year. My question is, how much warmer does it feel as this one is lifted to center field? Polano with a fly out, tagging from second. Lopez, he'll go to third. One away with runners on the corners. Because that heat yesterday felt a heck of a lot more than 95. And you don't want anybody to get sick from the sun, but I was pleased that people were like, man, that zapped the fire out of me, because I thought, hey, it's kicking my butt. But it must be because I'm old. But it kicked young people's butt. And that was, I don't know why that makes people feel good. It doesn't, but you know, you can at least scratch that off as it being an age factor. Richard Vasquez, couple of base runners on. They are on the corners here in the bottom part of inning number 3. We haven't had a game go to the bottom of the 6th, and based on the tempo of this one, got a feeling this one might not either. Stolen base for Doze. And Lopez had already made it to the house and turned it into a 7-4 game. Chopped foul by Vasquez. Vasquez hit by a pitch, came in and scored a run as part of that 5-run second inning for Stars 16. One ball, couple of strikes. I believe Vasquez asking for the count. And our unofficial official says 1-2, I believe. Scoreboard not functioning. I don't know if there is power to the scoreboard or not. It looks like one little, partial light is lit up. But I'm assuming that control of the scoreboard would happen from the press box. And as you probably know by now, we don't have a press box here. Press box and the bulk of the stands removed. The only thing you see is basically just the framework, as that has popped up to Grant. And apparently Lopez was an out, I am surmising, from the fact that we have wrapped up the bottom of the 3rd with a fly out by Vasquez to first. So scratch the run. Still a 6-4 ball game as we head to the 4th.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Top of the fourth gets underway. It is Tyler Ricardo who will start it off. Brock Bro and Zach Johnson due up in the inning 2. Still a 6-4 ball game as we make our way to the fourth. Do have a final from Colin. The last game of the day is wrapped. And there in Colin, UBO Central knocks off the Gulf Coast Pelicans by a 6-5 final. That is dropped over at first. Long run over, nearly made a very nice catch after the long haul, but dropped by Xander Henry. Ground to third, throw to first. Arcano grounding into the 5-3. And there is one away. So our coverage at Copiah Lincoln has come to an end. Thank you very much, Dallas Renzi, for a job well done there. And now the last streaming event of the day and this weekend for us is the final roughly 30 minutes of this one. Fouled away by Bro. And it will be interesting to see if this game is lopped off a little early based on several factors. The fact that these guys have already played baseball today. The fact that Pearl River, not Pearl River, I'm sorry, Pearl River. I'm sorry, Southwest Mississippi, because you're in the same conference as Pearl River. We're going to Pearl River later. But Southwest Mississippi, do they have access to turn the lights on? I mean, now there is power in the dugouts. I'm assuming there is power to the lights, but what about the aspect of being able to turn on the lights? Was that something that was a press box related matter, or can you turn it on from anywhere like you can these days with apps? Bro given the walk. And a base runner on. So do they end the game a little bit early? Or do we go the full hour and 50 minutes? Zach Johnson with a single, his last plate appearance. Top of the order, Declan Albro moving to the on-deck circle. I believe that was fouled off. And yes, back to first will go Bro. High with a pitch. Bro takes off for second. He'll get in with a stolen base. And in scoring position, Blue Jays trying to trim this to a one-run game. Upstairs with the offering. Lifted in the direction of center field. There the catch will be made. Holding at second is Bro. Zach Johnson with a fly out to center, and that will send us back to the top of the order with two gone. Thanks so much to the folks at Southwest Mississippi for the opportunity to be here to tap into their internet and be able to bring you coverage. Internet's kind of an important part of streaming. Everything else can be perfect, and if internet is not, then you got some problems. But the internet has been very, very good to us. Thanks to James Gamble, Nick Singleton, Jerry Martinez, Daniel Ballard, all the folks affiliated with UBO, the Showcase, and Global Scouting Bureau, for the opportunity to stream games from Colin and Southwest Mississippi today, and to gather footage yesterday. Albro with a swing and miss. Albro with a walk and a strikeout in innings 1 and 2. Dominic Mouton moving to the on-deck circle. Slowly rolling towards the dugout at first in foul territory. We will see in a couple of weeks. We'll be at Pearl River and Poplarville. First weekend in June next week. Showcase Series heading to Bay Minette. Throw down to third, and I think that, wow, that was close to getting him. Able to get back safely, though, was Bro. But Bay Minette, Pineville, Louisiana, and Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, the sites of your Showcase Series baseball a week from now. Walked Albro and Dominic Mouton coming to the plate. Tying run aboard, 2 gone. Mouton with a couple of walks in the first and second inning. Stolen base for Albro, and a base hit could tie the game. As you got runners at second and third.
What's the official start time of this game?
Let's see. Officially, we started the game at 6:01. It is 7:25, so you're looking at 1:24. Usually, I start the link with the game, but there's our game time, 10 hours and 23 minutes of baseball. Little baseball today here in Southwest Mississippi. Had a few games over in Colin. A couple of other facilities used too. So, yeah, a little bit of a United baseball here in the Summit, Western Mississippi area. That's a wild toss. That'll bring in Bro from third. Albro will go to third as Bro scores and makes it a 6-5 game. Nick Singleton coming over to check out the time. Typically, as I mentioned, I start my game link with the game. But today, a little bit different. We brought you the scrimmage games as one link that started this morning at 9 a.m. So I can't give you the exact time of the game. As a walk is issued to Mouton. And you got runners on the corners, and it looks like Rogers is going to come out of the ball game, and we are about to get a pitching change in the top of the fourth.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
new pitcher is Mason Broom facing Carson Crochet with a couple of base runners aboard. They are at first and third in a 6-5 ball game. Here in the top part of the fourth, we are an hour 30 in. 90 minutes into the game, lights still not on here. So they may be trying to get the baseball in without turning the lights on. I don't know if turning the lights on runs the bill up. Well, I guess it does run the power bill up a little bit for somebody. So trying to get the baseball in without the lights on as Crochet will swing and miss. Gage Grant moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the fourth, Henry, Christie, and Rogers all coming to the plate. And a shot over towards left field, but foul. Well, if you're worried about everybody getting an at-bat or two, everybody's had two for the Blue Jays, and by the bottom of the fourth, everybody should have two for Stars. Upstairs with a pitch to Crochet. He is 0 for 2 in the game. Has struck out and ground out. One run in, one run ball game as you got a swing and a miss by Crochet. And he will strike out for the second time in the game, leaving a couple of runners aboard. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Henry, Christie, and Rogers coming up for the Stars.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Xander, Henry, Jaquez, Christie, and Jacob Rogers due up in the inning in a 6-5 ball game. And it is Crochet who is stepping up onto the bump for the Blue Jays. Major League Baseball, the ESPN Game of the Week is delayed, apparently because of rain, I'm assuming, in the Midwest. I know they've had some Midwest tornadoes that brought not only destruction, but death as well. So our thoughts and prayers to the 15, I think it was, that I read earlier, who had passed away in those storms. But the Cards and the Cubs delayed in the top of the first. Boy, they either didn't get the game underway
or just got the game underway. Otherwise, everything finals. Tigers topple the Blue Jays 14-11. Reds rip the Dodgers 4-1. Braves bust the Pirates 8-1. Red Sox ripple the Brewers 2-1. Mariners mashing the Nationals 9-5. Rays roam past the Royals 4-1. Mets mash the Giants 4-3. Orioles over the White Sox 4-1. Rangers wrinkle the Twins 6-2. Rockies rock the Phillies 5-2. Guardians jump the Angels 5-4. Astros aggravate the A's 5-2. Marlins manhandle the D-backs 3-1. Padres pop the Yankees 5-2. Off the mark to Henry. NCAA college baseball, you might be interested. Tennessee beats LSU 4-3. Well, was he hit by the pitch? Henry is claiming he was hit. And coach is saying that was fouled off. Henry, you're going back to the plate. As we get the bottom of the fourth underway. Wofford over Samford, 15-9. Grambling beat Jackson State 6-5. Duke 16-4 over Florida State. Nebraska 2-1 over Penn State. Dallas Baptist knocks off La Tech. And now you got a free pass down to first for Henry. It's 17-10, by the way, was that Dallas Baptist Louisiana Tech win. Some of those spots we're headed to. Louisiana Tech is, I think, on the agenda in July. Jacquez Christie had a double that drove in a run and scored a run, too, in the second. Getting a little darker, and the lights haven't yet cranked up. We are, according to the clock, 20 minutes away from sunset. As this one is popped up by Christie. Catch made it short, and there is one away. And if we are going to go without lights, darkness may get us. Jacob Rogers followed by Ethan Wade here in the bottom part of the fourth. Time-wise, we are an hour 40 in. So, yeah, they may lop off the fifth. I don't know if we will go to inning number 5. Wild toss. Henry will take second. Because, you know, if you go to the fifth, you are adding at least 15 minutes to the game, and 15 minutes is post-sunset. So if you're trying to get the baseball in before the sun sets and avoid a turn on of the lights, then we may have to wrap it up after 4, which would make this, baseball-wise, the shortest game of the day. All games prior have gone through the 5th or halfway through the 6th. Outside with a pitch, Henry will take off third. He will be there safely. Rogers with a walk in the second. Carson Crochet, the new pitcher. Crochet has worked behind the plate. He's now working on the bump. Little bit inside with a pitch, and Rogers given a walk. So a couple of base runners aboard. Ethan Wade coming to the plate. Coach coming out to have a conversation with Crochet. Coming in to try to settle down his pitcher. Here in the bottom part of inning number 4. Well, my Stanley Cup is empty. So when the liquid goes, it's either time to call it a day or go find another thing of liquid. And I look over to the concession stand and it's closed. And the van in center field is too far to walk. Caught in a run down, Rogers coming in from third is Henry. He will score. And still got that Rogers run down as Henry plates the run. And he's able to get, I believe, to second safely. So Henry in, Rogers to second. Turns it into a 7-5 game. And Ethan Wade at the plate. Top of the order, Owen Bailey moving to the on-deck circle. So a great job by Rogers. I mean, that looked like you were in no man's land. Caught on that run down, got the run in, and not only gets the run in, but able to get the second safely. Low with a pitch to Wade. Well, let me look at the lights again. Still not popping on. So if I'm doing my predicting, the fourth will be in. Well, teams with a couple of base hits haven't had a lot of offense today. Though we've had some high numbers, 12 runs in one particular case, just not a lot of base hits over the course of the day. No team has hit double digits in base hits, and there have been several, maybe even most games without double-digit hits, the two teams combined. And in this one, you got just a pair of hits per team. One out, one in, one aboard. Rogers at second. You're in the bottom part of the fourth. So if this is it, let me say thank you for watching. Thanks to United Baseball, the Showcase Series. He's got a hit batsman in Wade. For the opportunity, thanks to Southwest Mississippi for the internet and the spot behind home plate. As we are back to the top of the order, Owen Bailey to the plate. Bailey is ground out to first and walked. And don't forget, want to watch the game later, it's available on the subscription channel. And I believe it is $25 a year that gets you access to everything that we've done live. Not just Showcase Series, ACCC, GCAA, ALA, BCA, ACCA, Allen University, Coastal North and South, Bishop State, South Georgia Tech. Access to it all. Low pitch to Bailey. Daniel Sid on deck. And yeah, now we're at an hour 45 into the game. So the fifth inning looking less and less likely. Bailey ground out to first in the first. Walked in the second, back to the plate in the fourth. Well, my newfangled equipment just turned off and then back on. Don't know what that means. I wonder if it's got, if it's a union member, got a certain number of hours it can work. Strikeout of Bailey. There's 2 gone. Daniel Sid coming to the plate. But it popped right back on. Maybe it's just an indicator to say, hey, Rob, did you know that we've been working for about 11 or 12 hours? Fouled away by Mason Broom, by the way. Daniel Sid had batted in the 2 spot. Broom came into the ball game to pitch, and now will apparently be at the plate to hit. Houston Miley moving to the on-deck circle. Outside with a pitch. Runners move on the toss. Rogers goes to third. Wade will take second. And you got a couple of base runners in scoring position. RBI chances for Mason Broom. A little high, a little inside. Broom the 6th to come to the plate here in the 4th inning. Houston Miley on deck and is rolled to third. Throw over to first into the dirt, but grabbed by Grant. And that is a 5-3 put out. That will put it into the ball game. And this one is now officially in the books, as is the day. Taking a look at your numbers. Both teams with a couple of base hits. 3 errors committed by the Blue Jays, none for the Stars. You had a total of 5 left on by Stars, 8 left aboard by the Blue Jays, and the runs came this way. For the Blue Jays, 2 in the first, 1 each in the second, third, and fourth. For the Stars, a 1-run first, a 5-run second, and a lone run plating in the fourth. And that is it for the day in the game. Thanks so much for watching. We'll be back, as I mentioned, with UBO and Showcase Series Baseball the first weekend in June at Poplarville. See you then. For all the folks with UBO and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.